live. Confirm YouTube. Yes, we are. What's that? Okay.
Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You've got to twist your words in every which way, because the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line, or does it curve? Some people don't clamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model dictates what you do. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change. Just got your local distance just out of range. That old key is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain, and it's your ball and chain. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball will always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction, it's your addiction. That old model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues.
Works really good with this guitar.
Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way. We all know that the model dictates what you do. Well, we know you got got it, the model affliction blues. Model affliction. Model affliction. Model affliction. Well, we know you got it, the model affliction blues.
And we are live. Welcome, everyone. That's just to let everybody know we're live in the Discord. Everybody was chatting away furiously. So, Model Affliction Monday. Man, they've gone into overdrive. This FE Dogma has unleashed like 11 months ago. I mean, there's loads of videos that we've never bothered looking into. Surely there's thousands of them. Globe model fanatics are everywhere, imagining all sorts of things. But all we've done is we've gone over a video from FE Dogma. I don't know. I've got some screenshots here. We've done some things, let's say. So we've got, these are the this is the screen grabs that have been taken, and I've blown up where the bit that says horizontal line, just so you can see that it's a horizontal line. And then he does have the tangent point at A and B. But, I mean, that's the statement that was made about this one particular video from FE Dogma. I mean, it's a pretty simple thing. He's got point A and point B, or the end station and the corner station. And he's got a tangent at the end station. And he's got a tangent at the corner station. Two tangents on one line. Now, there's been a lot of talk, really, from the globe geometers that seem to think there's something, or we're saying something other than just there's two tangents on one line. Forget about the height difference and all of that, or try to at least. Let's just take the fact that tangent and it's horizontal. Now, I've got a couple of recordings that we went over with Ruhif, and we thank Ruhif for coming round, helping to try and explain globe geometry to us. One of them was, I think, was yesterday, or maybe, I think he said he came round yesterday, and then another one from today, this morning. The one from this morning, I think, is a beaut, and I'm gonna have to make a song. It's gonna have to be put in a Buster song. Some of the words that Rufus said over the last few days, justifying the FE Dogma video. So you just remember, this is a video that we've got from FE Dogma. He did it 12 months ago. Maybe the first year anniversary of this video coming very soon. Horizontal lines, he's got a line from, let's say, I put A and B just to make it a bit simpler so you can understand. So you've got a line from A to B, horizontal line, and a line from B to C, a horizontal line, with a tangent at A and a tangent at B. Quite simple. Geometrically impossible, but I didn't do the picture. We were just the ones that are pointing it out. In fact, if you want to blame anyone, blame Paper. He was the one that spotted it.
I'm guilty, but
Yeah.
but with you, because I just led you to. I
Yeah.
spotted some things, and so to speak, together we went to conclusion.
Oh, don't be trying to pass it off on me now. It's yours. You're having this. The twin tangent points of FE Dogma will say it was discovered. They were unearthed on Next Level.
Yes, of
Team
course.
effort. So we're going to go over a couple of videos. Let me get this screen. I'll get the screen sorted for you guys. Oh. There you go. Right, now I'll try to not bore you too much, but there is half an hour here of this and a quarter of an hour of another one, which I don't think we'll have to do all of it, but we can get to the main points of what we're talking about. And then SE said it'd be a good idea if we go over Blue's version of this particular thing also. I don't think anybody in the YouTube, just let us know if you guys can hear it. If you guys can hear the thing from there, and I will go. Tell us if you can hear this.
When was that? Hold on.
I think Blue's obsessed with me at the minute, but I can't help it. Good sound check.
Good in Discord.
I think I heard Ruhif for a second.
Yeah, me telling him that Blue's obsessed with me at the minute. I'll put it back. Right, here we go.
When was that? Hold on.
I think Blue's obsessed with me at the minute, but I can't help it.
No, he's always been obsessed by you.
Yeah, we were asking you the other day,
What?
Rip, whether you wolf packed in with Blue Ops.
Might have been yesterday morning. I thought he had a stream this morning.
Well, you're in Australia, so it is morning for us. So last night
Yeah,
he did a stream, yeah.
But it says, like, we're talking like 12 hours ago.
Yeah, I've been to sleep. Yeah.
Okay. Because it says July 1st on YouTube, and I thought YouTube put it in my time zone, and it's the 2nd here.
No. He might have started
Maybe
because
it's US.
I was doing the Free for All Fridays, and we were talking about the twin tangent point of FE Dogma.
Have you figured it out yet?
Yeah, he's just putting random tangent points anywhere. It's not associated to a line or a circle. It's just a tangent point that he puts in. And you can put them anywhere. Like you said, infinite number. Anywhere.
Only one of them's horizontal.
What?
Only one of them will be horizontal.
Only one of what?
Only one tangent point will also be a horizontal.
Yeah, FE Dogma labelled both of the arms horizontal line, didn't he? That's why we come to the conclusion that it's definitely not.
I'm so
the
curious.
tangent
Like, I'm
line.
so curious what you get out of pretending to be stupid. I don't understand.
Did FE Dogma, did he or did he not label the two arms horizontal?
There are two arms to LIGO. He put a tangent on each one and a tangent point where they touch the curve.
Yeah, B.
On the surface that is BC, right?
Yeah.
And on the
But
surface
there's
that's
one that's
AB.
AB as well. The AB one, the tangent from A that goes to
I
B
don't understand,
is
please.
linked at
Please
B.
put me out of my misery,
The
Bert.
horizontal,
Please put me out of my misery.
The horizontal that ends at B is also the horizontal that starts at B. That's what FE Dogma has drawn.
I just got to know why you pretend to be stupid. I don't know what you
I'm
get
not
out of it.
pretending to be stupid. I'm just trying to tell you, Ruhip, that FE Dogma has drawn that in a video. You can't get away from it,
And
Ruhip. It's obvious that he did do that.
I know, but it's
in
been
a video.
explained to you multiple times.
Yeah. that there is a horizontal that
so-
goes from A to B, and then a horizontal that goes from B to C. The common point is B, and there is two horizontal lines going from B to C and from B to A. Horizontal. He's
AB
put a tangent
is
point
not the same
at
curve
each
as
end.
BC.
What? There's no
Why
curve.
is it not the
It's a
same?
horizontal fucking line, Ruhi.
The tangents are straight. The surface is curved.
Stop talking
Put a
about they're just
tangent on
two
the
horizontal lines as marked. He's
They're
just
two tangents,
drawn two
yes.
tangent points at A and
Right,
B.
on two curves.
They're irrelevant to anything.
What is a tangent has to go to a curve? It's kind of nonsensical. That
No,
it's-
no, not,
Ruhi,
not
can I
these
just remind-
ones,
can I-
Ruhi.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Ruhi, can I just
Hold on.
remind you to look at the actual? Can you see LIGO underneath it? Actually, in the
Say again?
you know the photo, or like the Google Earth
I'll get it
picture
for you.
of LIGO, yeah. The picture that is in the live chat.
Yeah.
That's the one with the bubbles on it. Someone's put some fucking bubbles on it.
Uh,
Well, when you look at, when you
Wally's.
see that, yeah. Well, that LIGO, yeah. Right, it's the
Wally's
straightest
name?
thing,
I'm not
right?
sure what Wally's name is.
No, nobody is. Don't worry about it.
It's so LIGO itself, the actual. I think I've said that. I think you said this before. The laser is straight. Yeah, it doesn't go bend or anything. Right.
Right. It has to be, apparently, yeah.
Right. Well, what do you mean it has to be apparently?
For it to work properly, it needs to be a properly evacuated straight tube.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the tube's straight, the laser's straight.
Yeah.
The foundations don't really matter, you know, because
Oh.
they're going to adjust to suit the actual.
They've got to be pretty close, right? They've got to
yeah.
support a straight tube.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay. So
But-
the
so it's all
foundations are
straight,
basically
yeah?
straight as well. Yeah. Foundations and the tube are straight, yes.
Okay.
Right, so what is
Right,
it? Let's
okay,
get it
so
straight, right? What is it that FE Dogma has in his video when he does it? Is it the laser, the tube, or the concrete?
Well, I don't know. Doesn't matter. Probably the top of the tube, I'd imagine. Or maybe the top of the concrete. Don't know.
Okay.
So it's straight. That's the
Definitely
point.
referencing the straight things, yeah?
Yes. His horizontal line is meant to represent the tube or the concrete or whatever. And like we said last night, an elevation profile of those elevations of the concrete, right, gives you a curve, which implies
What makes
that the
that? Why do
baseline,
you think that
the
is?
baseline of those elevations, therefore, has to be curved.
But
it's so simple.
It's normally horizontal, isn't it? That is the baseline for most plans and stuff.
Do you
If
think
you-
when they planned? Do you think when they planned LIGO, they mentioned curve?
Memory, I think they did, yeah. I think I read something about that.
No, but I mean like blokes on the ground doing the work. You think they were like right,
in the back for
like
you.
how to avoid a curve, not fucking how what this may curve or the ground's doing this or ground's. It's irrelevant. The tube needs to
No.
be fucking bang on horizontal, and so does the laser
Right.
will show that.
Wrong.
There's no
Right.
step in it. There's no tangents. There's no height changes, elevation. There's nothing.
The tube is
It's
the
just
tangent.
a horizontal.
The tube is a tangent to a curved surface. This is so basic. Like, this is why I go, like, why?
It doesn't matter about the earth
pretending to be
underneath
stupid.
it, Ruhif. It doesn't matter about the land underneath
Unlock
it.
it.
That's what I'm telling you.
You've got to build up the elevation to support a
Who
straight
gives a
tube.
fuck about the ground, mate? We're talking about the laser and it being straight. Yeah?
Right.
The land
So
can
we've
do
got
what it
concrete.
wants. It might be
Alright.
lower at one end and higher at the other
Uh-huh.
end. It doesn't matter.
Right? But we've got to build
They've
it
just
up
tried to
with
pick
concrete,
a
right?
reasonably flat place, haven't they? And then they
Yeah,
build it
you've
up
got to
with the
build it up
concrete
with
foundation.
concrete.
Yeah.
Right. So what are the elevations of the concrete?
It doesn't matter about the elevation of the concrete.
does. Yes, it does.
They're
It's
fucking
gotta
level.
It's got to
Yeah,
support
they're
a straight
level
tube.
with the. Exactly right. Okay. Yeah.
Right. So the concrete.
Where are you
matters
getting your
because it's gotta
elevations from
support-
then? How are you getting your heights from your elevations? Are
There's
you
LiDAR.
using
There's LiDAR data and there are blueprints or as-built
Line.
plans.
Okay.
Yeah, there's high-res LiDAR data for the, which one? What's the Louisiana one? Somewhere down there? That's the one I've looked at before. The one that Cinnamon Control did a video on.
You got Livingstone and Hanford.
What's the first one?
Livingstone.
I think that's the one near Louisiana. I think.
That's
Anyway,
right.
yeah, one of them has high res lidar data, and it clearly shows that in order for that tube to be straight, the elevations form a curve.
That does not
order
make
for
sense.
The tube to be straight. The tube is straight.
Yeah, the tube
Yeah,
is
what are you
straight,
talking about?
but the elevations,
Well,
right? If you just plot it on a straight x-axis, right? If you assume that the land is flat, then those elevations.
The land's not
will
flat,
form
though.
a
That's why
curve.
they had to build the pad.
The concrete, Bev. The concrete.
Yeah, that's
the
why they had to
elevation
build
of
the concrete pad, because the land
Right.
is not straight.
What?
Do you not know
I
how
don't
building
understand.
works are done, Rupert?
Yeah. What are the
have
elevations?
you ever
of
built?
the
Have you ever done any
concrete?
foundations before?
I have actually. Not that I've had
Oh,
to
okay,
level,
cool.
but I have done
I
concrete
did
foundations.
just a few weeks. I'm working on the concrete foundations at the minute where I
Yeah.
work. Yeah.
I've
So
built a few.
we
horse
know about
shelters around.
concrete foundations, mate. We're all aware of what they are.
Yeah,
That's
but
it.
not ones that need to be leveled, I guess.
What?
Yeah, always level, mate. What are you on about?
Yeah, I'm building horse shelters. They don't need to be fucking.
Your mouth's open there.
Oh, fair enough. But we do.
What are we doing?
Builders
We're doing
do.
mining.
Construction do.
No, but
We
that's a
use
funny
horizontal,
backdrop.
and that's what they
Okay.
used when they built
How
that.
big are these slabs? How big are the slabs that you do?
That's like a green.
It's irrelevant, mate. They're just level.
No,
They're
it's
shared straight down
100%
segment. If you
relevant.
do,
I wouldn't ask an irrelevant question. How big are these slabs?
oh, probably I think it's
Dark
20
green.
meters by 10 meters.
The
One on
slabs
20
or the
meters by 10
bores?
meters. Let me just work out the curvature of the Earth, the theoretical
Typical.
curvature of the Earth over 20 meters.
Well,
You know what it's gonna be?
do we want
You're
to
going to tell me that you won't be able to see it, right? That's fair enough.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
Big
Yeah,
one.
According to you.
Which is why I asked.
Right, and I'll
how
do,
big
yeah,
is
but
it?
Do you wanna do the
I'm just
big truck
saying that
and
you can
the other big
transfer that height and keep relaying that on, relaying it on, relaying it
Two
on,
big trucks, yeah.
as surveyors do,
Yeah. Well,
using them
can
techniques.
someone
Yeah, you
bring
just
the big
it's
truck?
just always they're always parallel because
I need
they're
to park
level.
up this little one.
Well, it's not even parallel,
Not
is it?
gonna
It's
be
one
much
straight
parallel,
line.
no.
I need some
You can
more.
carry an elevation, right, which is what they've done here, but the elevations they've carried, if you plot them on an x-axis that is straight, form
They're parallel.
a curve.
Parallel. They'll be all parallel. Always.
It's not a straight line if you graph it on a straight x-axis. If you graph it on a curved
Oh, yeah.
x-axis, it's a straight line.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever
What
heard.
the fuck's a curved x-axis, Rufus? I've never heard of them before.
Well, if you
What the
set
fuck
the
are you
if you
talking
set the
about?
offset, right? If you set like an offset to the
Offset?
yeah, if you
Do you
plot
know
it on
this
like
is
a,
the straightest thing
curve.
in the fucking universe? Let's not
Yes.
forget that, Ruben, right? When you're talking
I
about
understand. This is
it. Right,
why I
well, stop
wonder, like, how
fucking
hard is
talking
this to
about
understand?
curves, serious.
It's straighter than an
What?
x-axis, apparently. He's having,
Yeah,
in order
let's
to make it
assume-
straight, he's having to curve the x-axis. Just the x-axis, or are you
assume-
doing the y as well, Rufus?
Let's assume the Earth is flat, right? Which means the
Why?
the
Earth isn't flat,
Rufus,
mate.
it's a thought
stop
experiment.
being a
let's be
flat
flat.
earther, mate.
Let's assume.
Hold on, if you
that
flatten
it's
the
flat.
Earth, if you sorry, mate, you know, like in construction, you could get some land and that 4 kilometres where LIGO is and level it off as best you can. There you go, done. You've levelled it flat. You've measured it. It's level, right? That's flat Earth. Not fucking the rest of it that isn't flat. The bit that you flattened. Just get that clear.
Let's assume the Earth is flat, right? So our x-axis or y equals 0. That's the elevation, right? So we're assuming flat Earth, and we were to plot these elevations. What would it look like? Would it be straight or would it be curved?
How did you get your elevations?
From the high-res lidar data and
Right,
the
so not
as-built
through,
plans.
like, and the as-built plans. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
And
where
you're
I'm assuming
telling
you
me
got it
when
from.
they measured it, it's now curved, although it's straight.
No, they measured the
is straight.
x-axis, right? What they did was they made the thingy straight, and because they made it straight, they could then reference that with the x-axis, and they found out that the x-axis isn't even straight, right? That's right, Ruhif, right?
If you plot this with an x-axis, so the elevation is 0 along the x-axis, if you plot those elevations of the concrete, it will be a curve, not straight. Do you understand what that means?
You have. Right, pausing that for a second. Can you see what's going on here? And, like, are you with it? Or does it just sound like Alice in Wonderland?
He's talking nonsense because obviously LIGO itself is reference frame or point frame because one arm is X and the second arm is Y. So it's set by itself. So I cannot see any point to with arguing that you need another X and another Y, which you already have.
No, he's talking about, I don't know, you might have missed these. I was trying to find a picture for you. I can't remember where I put them. But we've had recently some drawings from Ruhif. Now, I can't remember where I've saved them. Let me just have a look, because I've definitely got one from Stark Otter. It's a bit hard to see. But there, can you see that?
You are talking. I have seen that this X and Y being straight and then curved.
That's the
whatever.
LIGO elevation profile, right? Of LIGO, those curved lines that go upwards. That they are the elevation profiles of LIGO arms. I know it sounds amazing, right? So from that, what they're saying is massive stolen concept fallacy. They've not seen this before, right? But from that, you can tell that the x-axis has to be curved somehow. That's what they're playing with, right? Because the elevation profiles of LIGO, which are straight, are not graphed when you put them on an x-axis like this. They say, I think, at least mentally, they want to bend the x-axis rather than these numbers seem a bit iffy. I'm not so sure anybody's ever used a curved x-axis before.
On the straightest thing in the universe.
Yeah, they're sort of like giving the game away here, right? That they need to bend the x-axis even to imagine what they need to imagine. And that is the straightest thing is curved. And then if you recurve that, then you're actually curving the x-axis. Yeah, it's coming, Paige. This is... They will have to go. I don't want to push it, right? I don't want to say anything, but...
It's gone already, bro.
This is now I'm at the point where I'm just trying to explain to him that like he sounds a little bit strange to me.
Even worse than blue at some point.
Well, I think they're all going to have to do this. Have to curve the x-axis in order to make it straight.
Well, it means the Earth isn't flat, Bev.
No, it means you've gone fucked level. With your fucking x-axis.
Earth definitely isn't flat, mate.
Yeah, we know it's not flat. We don't even assume it's flat, but we know it's not flat. That's how...
Okay, is sea level flat? Is the ocean flat, taking into account like little waves?
Sea level is a point, Ruhif. We've been over this a fair few times.
Is the surface of the ocean? Yeah, because you won't answer it, because you know you're a flat.
Just go to the canal. But we always go to the canal, mate. Don't worry about the sea. If you're going to talk about it, talk about the canal.
Okay, what about the canal?
There's no waves, is there? It's just a body of water.
Right.
No flow.
What's the elevation? What's the elevation of the canal all the way through? Well,
0.
No, it'll be something. It'll be something, but it'd be the same, right? The same number.
Oh, we'll call it 0.
Okay, we'll call it 0. So if you plot the difference between the canal and the concrete, what will you get?
Canal and the concrete where?
Next to LIGO. Isn't there a canal next to one of them?
Well, surely you'd want to. You could check. That's what I'd use.
What's the elevation profile of the canal?
Yeah, if you plot it on a graph, it'll be a straight line. It'll be the same elevation, right?
Boom. Thank you. So if you plotted the canal on an elevation profile, it would be a straight line.
But not for LIGO. This is special pleading fallacy. Sorry.
Well, no. It's globe model affliction, this. Because they know, they've always seen elevation profiles of water being a straight line. Right? You can't get away from that. You can't go back, change the history books. There's no Mandela that could do that, right? That's going to be as it is. So what you've got to do is, you've got to attack the x-axis, haven't you? In order to mentally do the work that needs to be done.
Yes, but this is special pleading fallacy because he is making exception. We don't know why, but this is exception for LIGO level doesn't work, but for water it works as straight line, but not for LIGO.
Yeah, because it's the straightest thing in the universe. There's a conflict. This is a model conflict that's going on. No normal person, unless you're model afflicted, you don't see this at all because it's just so far beyond the realms of what is even imaginable. He says the elevation profile of the straightest thing curves up. But it's the only elevation profile of a straight thing you would ever see curving up. And that's only because, as he says, the elevation profile of the water would be a straight line.
The one that's right next to it, the picture I posted there.
Yep.
Absolute lunacy. For real.
And what Bruhif now tends to do is he goes to the ad homs as soon as he has to try and mentally adjust this now. Because I'm not so sure that they realise, the implications of what they're saying as they're saying it. And then obviously they hit cog dis.
Because he just admitted that the water is straight. And the arm is right next to it, called the straightest thing in the universe. And he thinks there's a difference between those two.
Elevation profile goes up of that arm. Mad. Yeah. I think this is because when we showed them the drop and the hump, and there is a massive fallacy in that. Well, if you can find some way to mentally keep that straight, then you do away with the drop and the hump, don't you?
Yeah.
Right?
Just accept the
that
paradox,
argument's gone.
Yep.
There is no drop. There is no hump. The water is just a straight line when you think of it as an elevation profile.
But the arm next to it, the straightest thing in the universe, curves upwards. Yeah, makes sense to me.
Yeah. Great. Right, so here we go. Sorry.
But what if you
so the canal is a straight line.
On an elevation profile, Bev, I know how you want to misquote me. On an elevation profile, it will be a straight
elevation profile is what we're talking about, Ruhif.
Yeah, wait a minute. Let's get this. Let's get this sorted because I'm a little bit confused here, Ruhif.
No, you're not. You're really not.
If everyone you were to do an elevation profile of a straight line,
that didn't sound helpful.
Right, it comes out curved. But when you reference that to the canal that's next to it, the canal is straight.
When you reference it to the canal? Or is the canal a straight line?
No, I say when because you're the one that's given us a curved elevation profile. And you're the one that said that the canal has a straight elevation profile. When you put the two together, is that what you see?
Difference?
Yeah.
If you do the difference, right? If you actually physically go and measure the difference between the height of the water, the height of the canal, and the height of the tube, you will get a curve. What does that mean, Bev?
Don't know. It means
the water's meant to be flat.
It's meant to be straight.
Isn't the water flat? It means one of them.
You just said it is.
Not
It's a straight line on the elevation profile.
Right, but measure the difference between the water level and the concrete level.
Yeah,
you will
what
get
would
a
happen?
curve, right?
Would it
One
be
of them
higher?
straight.
Would it be different?
One of them straight, right, Bev? What does that make the other one?
What, the straightest thing in the universe? That
Yeah. So if you got the difference in the water level and the concrete level as giving you a curve, yet the LIGO is straight, what does that tell you about the fucking water level?
I don't know. You tell me. What you?
One of them has to be a
conclusions you
curve,
come
Bev.
to?
Means the water, is a curve.
level with the straight elevation, that one?
Water level where the elevation doesn't change, correct?
The water level with the straight elevation, though, right?
On an
What does it make
elevation,
it?
on an elevation
The
profile.
elevation profile of the water is straight, though, right?
Yes, on an elevation
And
profile.
LIGO's the straightest
it
thing in
will
the
be
world.
straight.
LIGO's
Right, but
the
on an
straightest thing in the
elevation
world.
profile.
Elevation
on an
profile of the water is straight.
Yes, on an elevation
Just so we're
profile
clear.
is straight.
Elevation profile of the water straight.
Yep.
Doesn't want to
LIGO's
go very
straightest
fast
thing in the
with this
world.
bloody truck
Yes.
in there.
Work it out.
Great. Great.
Elevation profile of LIGO is a curve because the base is curved.
So you created a new x-axis. You made up a
say
new
that, I guess.
x-axis.
You can kind of
You have an
curve the
x-axis
if
that's
you want.
straight for one and curved for the other.
No, an elevation
invented
profile necessarily has a straight x-axis. It's just a graph. That's all
Excellent.
an elevation profile is.
Excellent. Straight then.
Just a graph.
Great. Straight then.
Okay.
And that
the
straight
x-axis
graph
is
is straight for water. And that
Yes.
x-axis shows water as straight.
No, it shows the elevation profile as straight. Right?
Of water.
The elevation of water doesn't
Yeah,
change.
so the water
That's what we know.
matches.
Yeah, that's
All
what
you
we
want
used
to
to
do.
do.
In
We're used to that.
reality,
All you want to do is twist words. It's
No,
pathetic.
Ruhif,
And everybody
all
knows
of the
that,
elevation
right?
profiles show that already, right? That's old school, traditional elevation profiles that we're talking about
Yeah,
there.
all elevation profiles have a straight x-axis,
Yes.
regardless of the
Excellent.
underlying shape of the Earth.
Yes. Exactly.
Yes.
Yes.
oh, it's beautiful, mate. You're
Now
getting it. You're
we're on
getting
the
it.
same page.
I thought we always had been. Oops. I'm going to feed dogs in a minute, so hurry up.
All
get your content,
elevation
Bev.
profiles apart from the straightest thing in the universe.
What? You just said all elevation profiles apart from the straightest thing in the universe.
Yeah, because you've got LIGO as not being straight in an elevation profile, haven't you?
Correct.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I'd say because you fucked up with your x-axis, but I mean,
If the x-axis corresponded to 0 meters above sea level, then LIGO should be straight on an elevation profile. It's not, because the x-axis is not matching the 0 meters baseline.
it's not
The
matching
baseline is
all
curved.
of the other elevation profiles that anybody's ever seen.
Oh, Bev, you're so bad at this. You
So
just
bad
want to
at
play
what,
word
Rick?
games.
I'm just trying to get a grip on this.
Yeah,
Like
we
I think
understand
I'm the
what we
one
mean.
that's living in the real world. I think you've been model afflicted by this conversation.
The x-axis for any elevation profile for anything is a straight line. Okay, it's a graph. That's all it is. It's an Excel fucking chart, right?
Yeah.
And on one axis you have elevation, the other axis you have distance.
Yeah, we
or
call them horizontal and vertical. Those.
okay, X and Y axis. Okay.
Perpendicular.
So not the surface though, not the surface, just X and Y axis.
Yeah, the axis.
Not
of
the surface of the
graph,
Earth.
yeah, of all elevation profile graphs ever made.
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I say all.
On a plane,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
Well,
On an XY Cartesian plane,
Yeah.
not the surface. Yep.
I'm not sure.
Not the surface of Earth.
How
Why
do you
because
wrap
we're
it, man?
carrying your truck.
It doesn't do any damage to it.
So the next point.
Bev, put your foot down.
Nothing.
What?
That's
No,
all.
I
Don't
just
keep
say
going.
I think that may be why you haven't got a straight elevation profile of the straightest thing, because you fucked up with your x-axis.
Because the x-axis doesn't match the surface. It's not straight. It's so simple. And I know you get it, Bev. I know
But it's
that you
just
get
for
it.
that. But it's
Okay.
just for that one thing.
Yeah.
everything
No,
else
if
in the
any-
world has a straight x-axis, but you've decided to make a curved one for
Is
the
this
straight
really
thing.
how slow it's
any
going?
any
But
water.
but you did say every elevation axis everywhere in the world
Oh my god.
is straight.
Yeah, it's an XY.
Every elevation
Excel chart.
profile, x-axis,
X-axis.
straight.
Raz it, lad.
Yes.
But then you changed it for
Truck's
this
broken.
one thing.
No, I
For the
haven't.
straightest thing in the world, you said,
No.
we're going to use a curved axis.
No, we're still
No,
plotting it
geometer
on a
drives
straight x-axis, and it forms a curve. The elevations form a curve, which means your
Fascinating.
x-axis
What?
doesn't represent the surface. It's not the same
Are
aspect
you
as the
saying
surface.
straight and curved in the same
It's the
sentence?
straightest thing in the
Jesus,
world
you guys,
forms a curve.
you guys can't get it. You must get it. You cannot
You sound
be
so
this retarded.
stupid. The problem is that you sound so stupid. It's difficult to
Says-
get things
says
when
the
people
flat
sound so
earther.
stupid.
Says the flat earther.
Roo, hey,
Dude,
are you a flat earther
you're
now?
really angry right now. You're really
I'm
angry.
not a flat
Calm
earther.
down.
I've got the
Yeah, I'm
biggest
not
smile
either.
on my face, Mikey, little buddy. How you doing?
Dude, I have I have a smile on my face too. I'm drinking my coffee and I'm laughing at you. You're a clown.
Okay. Yeah, the fact that you guys can't get this is pretty hilarious. How many people have tried to tell
What, that
you this over
you
the
want to
last few
bend
days?
something that's straight in reality? You got LIGO that's fucking
You-
straight, and you want to
LIGO
bend
is
everything
straight,
like this.
right?
Yeah.
And if you claim that the x-axis of the graph has the same aspect of the surface,
This is
right?
how
So
fast it goes.
x-axis
What
is
the fuck?
equivalent to 0 meters above
Oh,
sea level.
You two hop in this.
Right? If you have that as a hypothesis, then when you plot the elevations of the
You
concrete,
just can get
it
the
should be
majority of the
straight,
mining started. I'll
right?
fucking
But
help
it's
with this.
not. It's a curve because
know
your
why it's going
x-axis
so slow.
does not match the aspect of the surface. It is so fundamentally easy, and I'm so curious.
Oh
How did they do
my
it?
you
How
guys-
did, how did the, how did the
bad at
contractor
geometry.
curve it? How did the contractor curve it? What did they tell the contractor
tried
to
to-
do to make that curve?
He's making the straightest thing, right? Because the Earth curves, his Earth is going to drop away, so he's got to raise the elevation of
No,
it.
it's,
So
dead, it's
simple.
dead
So
easy,
the
right?
Earth-
All we've
the
got
Earth-
now, we've got Ruhif's elevation profile, so we could give that to any contractor, right? And say, what's this? And they'll be
Yeah,
able to
what's
say,
this?
oh, fucking, that's a straight
Oops,
line, isn't
hang
it?
on.
Look
I'll
at
probably
it.
have to go.
It's obviously a straight line, that. If I was
Well,
to
mate.
build that, pour that concrete at that, it would definitely be
Excuse
a straight
me.
line.
I have to go and feed dogs and
Yeah.
take dinner up to the wifey. Anyway, you guys
For you, Ruh.
again
See you
Nice
later.
chatting, mate.
don't
back.
understand how you can think it's fun to pretend you're stupid.
Go and have a little
Anyway,
think.
Feed
Let's
it
go.
ass. Go
Yeah.
kiss the
Yeah.
dogs.
See you
Take
later,
care.
Ruhif. Thanks for popping in.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Right, how would you reckon that? That was good, hey?
Unbelievable. Oh yeah.
Well, that's only the first one, right? So, Ruhif has, I don't know, gone over the edge or whatever. So, it's hard to tell. But he's absolutely adamant that these pictures here, these are the elevation profiles of the straightest thing in the universe. These dotted lines here, the ones that definitely aren't straight. Now, he thinks by this he can mean that the x-axis starts changing. Now, the x-axis is horizontal. Horizontal and vertical and perpendicular is what gives us this baseline for us to do our geometry and build the graphs on. Oh, let me get this. This one's only
I know, but it's
right.
Well, the x-axis is horizontal.
Yeah.
And LIGO is built horizontal.
According
They are-
to FE
Yeah, the
Dogma's
diagram
pictures.
from FE Dogma, yes. And that's the same thing. So how you can plot the horizontal line, aka LIGO, onto a graph that uses horizontal and vertical elevation profile and curve the horizontal line, That's model affliction at its finest.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a stolen concept, a reverse stolen concept, isn't it? You
Yeah,
use
kinda, yeah.
horizontal to do a graph to tell you that the horizontal graph isn't horizontal. Thank you. Take a bow, Ruhif. Well done. And this is just from the numbers that they've got somewhere.
But still, if you have curved elevation profiles, you need straight x and y to determine this. So you can have only one curve or profiles or x and y. So you cannot have both curved coordinate system and curved elevation, because it doesn't make any sense
Yeah,
at all.
As we know, for non-developable surfaces, they cannot be expressed on a plane. So you can't develop this curve to a straight line. It doesn't work, especially if you put it on the plane. It's impossible. It's failed.
Yes, it has to be distortion, always.
So what they're claiming is already impossible. So, and now this is from earlier this morning. Again, it's constant development of this particular argument. Well, their argument is constantly developing. Ours has been exactly the same since about 3 years ago. Stating facts. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. LIGO is straight. The canal is established as a water level, which would be a horizontal plane. Also straight.
Are you going over another Ruif, or you can do the Wally?
I'm going over Ruhif from this morning. And
Okay.
And then we can go to the Wally one, right? Because I think it follows that way better. And then we can go over the blue and Rumpus drawings. He's in the chat. Shout out, Rumpus. I know you're listening in, man. He must be killer for Rumpus not to have been called for the globe geometer role. He might just be... He's not able to, right? He's not capable of doing it. Whether he is the best geometer or whatever, he's just not able to communicate. And that must be upsetting.
You would think for his technical drawing skills alone, he would be involved.
Well, maybe in the next one, once we showcase them in a bit.
He's good with those ray tracing and stuff like that.
I will have to say that the turn of events that have happened in the last couple of days is amazing.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we've worked hard for this. We've had to put up with quite a lot. And it's developing fast. This one, I don't think you've heard. Not many people have heard this one from this morning. And as you can see, it looks like there's only me and Emma in the room. So we'll see how well it goes.
I know, but it's
I'm just interested. I'm interested because that's what keeps me here, is the people and why the people keep coming back. I love the whole psychology behind everything and the way people interact with each other. That's why I'm still here. I couldn't give a toss about the topic.
From a glober's perspective, and you guys will probably say the same thing, right? We know that we are right because we know why we are right. And I'm sure we it's like playing like a fucking kitten playing with a little toy, right? It's pushing you guys to have cognitive dissonance, which causes you pain.
They've been listening, right? It's great, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bring me some more cognitive dissonance. Bring me more of this pain, Ruhif.
Yeah.
Bring it. Please, anybody wants to come and bring us some more of that. It's great, this.
Okay.
That's what there is at the moment. See, I'm sure you guys will say the opposite, right? Say the same thing from your perspective.
Yeah. So that's what keeps everybody here, is the fact of like mocking other people, really, essentially. It comes down to people want to feel like they're superior and they can mock other people for being less superior.
The mocking is only there because, again, from our perspective, flat earthers do not engage honestly.
I guess, though, that obviously you know as well, that's both sides say that about each other.
Yeah, I know. But that's the hard thing. Like when I say to you, I know my side is right, you go, no, but I know my side's right.
But I don't have a side. Honestly, I don't care what shape anything is. I don't care.
Yeah.
It's not going to make any difference to me, really, at the end of the day, what shape it is. And I'm probably never going to know fully, really. I don't expect to know everything.
Yeah. Like I get you. Yeah. But it's there's no parallel to it, is there? Because like the ultimate insult is to call someone a flat earther.
I know, but it's weird though how that's become, because there's so much worse that you could be called.
Oh yeah, sure. But in terms of, non-criminal stuff, I guess. Oh, here's Bev. Bev's back.
Yeah, Bev's back, and he just dropped a truck on top of my truck. Truck up.
Watch this.
Like we were talking about last night, like 24 hours ago. One of the things that keeps me coming back is trying to answer that question. Do they really not get it? And if they do get it, then why do they pretend not to get it? Like the LIGO thing from last night. Or,
who are you talking about, Rupert? Who's they?
You, obviously. You and Mikey and whoever else.
Yeah, we're talking in general terms.
General, yes. Let's keep it general for now.
Okay. Why don't we get what? What is it that you think we don't get?
If I drew an elevation profile for LIGO, right, assuming like, a straight x-axis, obviously.
What do you mean?
If I draw that.
Straight, you mean on a normal graph, right?
Yes, on a graph, right, on a straight x-axis. If I draw those elevations, they form a curve. But we know that LIGO is straight. So what does that say about the correspondence between the x-axis and the surface of the Earth?
Your x-axis.
What do you mean?
Somehow. You've not got your x-axis correct.
The x-axis is the distance and the y-axis is the elevation. Right? If we just graph those, it forms a curve.
Yeah.
But we know in reality it's a straight line.
Yes, we know.
Right. So what does that tell you about the correspondence between the x-axis and the shape of the surface?
It means you fucked up your x-axis, like, because LIGO is straight. So
Emma, this is what I'm talking about.
Something wrong if you're. Can I just point out to the YouTube chat, right? I've managed to get rid of the box with the little fucking stupid tag. Don't play Rumpus's game and start typing it so I end up with getting that fucking tag back again, please. Just stop typing that. Not drawing a straight line on your elevation profile.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying to Emma.
But to me it seems like you can't agree on simple terms. Like, back to the basics is where you guys struggle. You need to make it complicated for some reason.
Let's say that all points of equal elevation form a straight line. Let's assume that, right? Which is what I call a flat Earth, right? If I were to then graph the elevations of that LIGO tube, assuming that the surface is flat, like I said, what shape should that graph be?
What are you trying to do, Rupert?
We're drawing a graph, are we? I used to do that.
We're drawing a graph, yeah.
That was one of my favourite things, was doing the graphs.
Yeah. If I do that, if I draw a graph And
But
I
why are you
assume
drawing a graph?
Yeah, what's it a graph
that's
of?
what we did.
What's
Yeah,
the
the
purpose of the
elevations.
graph?
The test whether you understand what you're doing to begin with. So that the elevations of the LIGO tube. If I were to graph that, assuming that the points of equal elevation form a straight line, so that's
Do you need
flat
a
Earth.
graph, or could you not just look at the numbers?
Well, this is the challenge, right?
What challenge for
If
who?
the-
Challenge for the people making the thing, or
No, for you, Bev, for you.
for me?
Oh,
we
it's for
assume a flat
Bev
Earth.
Just for
personally.
me.
Oh,
Yeah, it's just a thought experiment, right? If we assume that points of equal elevation form a straight line,
Which they
right,
do.
and LIGO, in your world, yes,
What do
and
you mean?
LIGO
In
is
my
a straight
world,
line.
They do.
Well, they don't,
No,
but anyway, let's assume they do, all right?
They do.
And we were to graph the elevations of the LIGO tube. What would that graph look like?
Great.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
no
Right.
way.
Yeah.
So what does the graph actually
graph.
look like?
What does
does the graph
look
actually
like?
look like?
The one that you drew, the one with the bendy line.
Yeah,
It
the
looks
one
like
with
a
the
fucking
actual elevations.
Fucking stupid, doesn't it? Doesn't
I
look
think
like
one
an
with the
elevation
actual
profile
elevations.
of a straight line, does it, Rufus?
That's because the x-axis doesn't correspond to the surface.
Yeah, like I said at the beginning, you fucked up your x-axis. You have, mentally.
What's the X then?
Okay?
What is X then?
The x-axis, right? If you
What is it then? If it's not that.
the x-axis is just a straight line. It's like a Cartesian plane, right?
Yeah.
But if the Earth is flat, then that would correspond to points of equal elevation having the same.
Can you not just
on
stick
straight
to
line.
the straight? Why do you have to add in the Earth?
If the Earth's flat, it's obviously not flat. Obviously not.
Points of
I heard
equal
you say
elevation form
earlier,
a straight line.
Emma was saying about the two different sides of this argument.
Yeah.
Like you're on one side, we aren't on the other, Rufus. I'm with Emma.
Do points-
I couldn't give a
do
shit
points-
about you fucking
do points-
I
do
don't
points
care
of equal
about
elevation
it. I know it
form a
might
plane?
upset you. But yeah,
Do
I don't give a shit.
points. Okay, but do points of equal elevation form a flat plane? Yes or no?
They form a straight line, the x-axis, a horizontal
So you-
plane, Rufus.
You are a flat earther. Well done. All right, we got.
There you go. So, get ready. Anyone that has a straight x-axis on graphs for elevation profiles, maybe ask an architect, ask a surveyor, ask anyone that's ever drawn an elevation profile. And if they have a horizontal, then flat earther, according to Ruhif. Do you want to hear that again? In case you didn't know. We aren't on the other, Ruhif. I'm with Emma.
Do points-
I couldn't give a
do
shit
points-
about you fucking
do points-
I
do
don't
points
care
of equal
about
elevation
it. I know it
form a
might
plane?
upset you. But yeah,
Do
I don't give a shit.
Points. Okay, but do points of equal elevation form a flat plane? Yes or no?
They form a straight line, the x-axis, a horizontal
So
plane, Ruhif.
You are a flat earther. Well done. All right, we got there.
Boom. So, if you think elevation profile of water forms a straight line, equal elevation, you're a flat earther. You flat earthers, you dirty flat earthers.
Oh my God.
According to Ruhif. Right.
That's intense.
Yeah, there's loads of them. I mean, imagine how many flat earthers there are. I've been saying for ages, I'm not a flat earther. I just go with what is. And I talk about the x-axis being horizontal and the water level being horizontal. I mean, it's obvious truths. There's proofs in it.
He did say he thought it was the ultimate insult.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
no, I...
still,
Go on.
But now he's talking about straight X and Y's. So something changed from Friday then.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's... If you have a straight X and Y, you're a flat earther now. It's the only way you can get it to mentally fit, right? He has to bend that in order to get LIGO to go straight now. So that's it. The x-axis is gone as being like straight. You're flat earther if you think it's straight.
So our pupils in schools are flat earthers because they are drawing right now.
All mathematicians.
Yes,
X and Y
they are
being
drawing
straight.
Cartesian system, coordinate system. So all are flat earthers.
Anytime you hear anybody with a X and Y axis, oh wait a minute, that's in the graphs that they use. Anyway, so yeah, like it's there's no way out, Ruhif. You're gonna have to bend that X-axis. You know what we call that? If we call the X-axis straight a horizontal, you know what we call a bent one of those. Ruhif's gonna tell us soon. Okay.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, Michael.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh my God, everyone's going to be a flat earther.
Yeah.
I don't think that points of equal elevation, form a straight line.
See, there you go. He's confirmed it. He doesn't think points of equal elevation form a straight line.
And that's interesting how he phrases that. He doesn't think that they do.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, not actually referencing whether or not they do in reality. Just what he thinks.
Yes, because before he said they form straight line. Before he said that. So now he is talking, he thinks, because it would be a straightforward contradiction. So he's avoiding straightforward contradiction by using word think. That's, for example, this George Musa was thinking that gravity is not a force, but I can think. Or you can think, because you can think in different way in opposition to reality. You can think in opposition to reality, and that's all right.
I think he does a lot of projection. So right at the minute, he is thinking really hard about something. And that's all he can think of. He's telling you to think about something because he wants you to think like he does. Right at this minute, he's struggling. It's got to be hard work trying to grasp with whatever it is he's dealing with. He's bending straight lines and getting confused between straight lines and bent lines when there's straight lines. He's all right. He doesn't bother listening to any of this. I wouldn't either. Send him a message. He won't listen to it. You don't think points of elevation form a straight line?
Points of equal elevation. They do not form a straight line.
Why?
Because we live on a globe.
Any other reason?
That's it.
There you go. There you go. He's only got one reason for doing any of this stuff. For saying that points of elevation don't make a straight line. Points of equal elevation don't make a straight line. Listen to him. He's got confused, hasn't he? Because the points of equal elevation, the water level, does make a straight line, he said earlier. He's contradicting himself.
Yes, and he is forgetting that you are establishing and surveyors are establishing a straight line and horizontal plane in the air, not on the earth. In the air.
Yeah. Yeah, he's somehow managed to backwards manufacture a curved x-axis.
So surveyors don't need flat earth or whatever. They don't even need level on Earth because they can measure vertical drop, but they are establishing a horizontal line and horizontal plane in the air above Earth, whatever Earth is.
Yeah, equal altitude, as it says for the water level tool. Just that.
Yep.
Okay. And how do you know that? Is that because the LIGO?
Well, LIGO is one.
Yeah.
LIGO is one, yep.
Because of the elevation profiles of LIGO.
That's a good one, yep.
Okay.
Hello, Michael. How are you doing?
Right, so Ruhif has just cited LIGO's plans as being a reason to bend the x-axis.
Is that Ruhif citing his own diagram
I think so,
as
yeah.
the proof?
Or
Yeah, I thought
Starkodder's,
so.
right? He might have been nudged into doing it by Starkodder. Maybe in the back channels, maybe it was a Wolfpack WhatsApp memo from somebody. Who knows?
Good afternoon.
It's-
Hey, Rob.
Hey, Rob. I think it's funny how he admits straight up that the only reason he thinks that things are different in his mind, you know, than they are in reality is because he believes he has a model, you know, he's model afflicted. He admits it straight up, and that's commendable because a lot of model afflicted people will do everything to not admit that fact.
Yeah. What reason have you got for doing it? His globe.
Yeah, straight up.
It's like, okay,
Yes,
fair
and
enough.
he
Can't
said
argue with that.
Yes, he said that some things have to be that way because we live on a globe.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, my model dictates, right? We've been going on about it for ages. Right? We've been telling them.
That's an order.
Yeah.
You have to obey.
Yeah. And the best bit's yet to come.
Okay.
I do have a top 3 though. Like my I've got narrative down the top.
Is that in the top 3?
Or up late, rather?
No, but it's a good one. It's a good one.
So he got
Top 3
better
would
ones
be
than that.
Oh,
Right, so he's got a proof within LIGO, the curvature thing. And typical, right, as you'd expect, there's going to be some killer proofs in here. Because Ruhif's at least number 3 or 4 in the Wolfpack. So they've got a compilation of all of the best globe proofs. I mean, he knows McToons and everything, this guy.
It's the one that I like.
Holy shit, where?
But number 1 would be celestial navigation. Number 2 would be my measurement of angles with
Ruhif, hello.
Busy,
I don't give a shit about your Earth.
Okay, and number 3 would be things like San Jacinto and Canada with like 2 kilometers of a mountain below the horizon.
Oh, so long shift.
That's my top 3. Number 4 would be ISS.
You should have seen me
And
how
probably
I
number 5 would be
maneuvered the
LIGO.
helicopter around the building. It was crazy.
I think someone's just crashed into the helicopter.
You fuck. If you scratch the heli.
What's Rumpus testing?
Does Stark Order come into chat at all? Like into VC?
Nah. Never. Don't know who he is, do you?
No.
Professional pilot.
He's never come and talked. He just sits in the chat talking, doing that all the time. He talks to Wally quite often.
John, you better not scratch my heli.
I do know Wally.
Okay.
Obviously.
So there you go. Stark Odder, one of our frequented people in the chat. I mean, you'd think he was one of the top globe geometers, right? He's not. Ruhif doesn't even know who he is.
That's awesome to have on record. Thank you, Ruhif.
That's bad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Stark Odder. I mean, come on. I mean, Sock Odder. I mean, who is he? He's a no one. Not talking to him, you know. Comes in here talking loads of. It's not just normal stuff. Stark Odder's the one that got Ruhif to do the elevation profile. Never even heard of him. Wally doesn't come in chat much.
Okay.
No, he's busy.
No, I mean he's like Stark Odder in a text.
A chat skank. Oh fuck! I got a DM from FE Dogma. Sorry. Fuck! I got that this morning. I haven't checked it out again.
Maybe when he was posting that comment to me on the video. He might have listened to us go over it on Friday.
He did. He said, hello. At first, I watched a bit of your exchange with Bev, and thanks for standing up for common sense. Like Blue, your patience with dealing with Bev is amazing. As for me, I'm sound asleep when all of this happens. And then blah, 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 blah.
So that's FE Dogma. Thank you, FE Dogma, for bringing us the twin tangent points and the horizontal. But he's saying everybody else is dealing with it. And nobody else has actually dealt with it at all. They're just talking about this. Well, I don't know. You'll get to see. I don't even know what the other side is. Ruhif seems to have bent the x-axis somehow in order to confuse himself.
I think they were not aware of this double tangent, and they were surprised, and they are not prepared for defense. So that's why they are talking that extremely stupid things.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, they're still trying to do it off the top of their head, on the fly. But he sent me a thing. I put it in the live chat.
That's for crashing my helicopter.
He's actually, he is saying there is a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B.
I can pick it up.
Yeah, I'll get those clips out for you in a minute.
Yeah, for two different curves, right? So...
Well, it's just for the line AB, there is a tangent point at each. I mean...
No, for the line AB, or for the surface under AB.
Can you hear what he says? Read the first fucking line, Ruby.
Right. Yep. Yes, there is a tangent point at A and B.
There you go.
Right,
that's all we were saying, Ruben. That's all we were saying.
No, you said there's two tangent points for the line AB. There is not.
There's a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B. Obviously.
Right, the tangent point at A is for the curve or the surface under AB. The tangent point at B is for the surface under BC.
You can put it wherever you want, Ruben.
This gets back to what me and Emma were talking about. I don't understand. Like, I know you understand what I'm saying, but then I don't understand why you pretend not to understand.
I don't know what you're trying to say I'm understanding, Ruhif. The point was, like I said, right at the fucking beginning, he has drawn a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B. Right, now he's admitted it.
Curves.
You've admitted it. Everybody knows it. They can see it. It's in his video. He's put a tangent point at A and B. Full stop.
Two different curves.
It, Ruhif. That's all that was said. Now, you can decide to do whatever you want with that fact. But they are definitely facts now.
Right.
Tangent point at A and a tangent point at B. Right. I think we can safely establish now that it is definite that there is a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B.
Yes, but he is arguing like Blue. So I think that he heard what Blue said and he's just repeating, because he is not ascribing this tangent point to the same line. He's trying to go away from that. So I think that he's repeating what Blue said.
Aha, you would do, except we're gonna go for the new bit now. This is where
surprise,
new development.
This is where it all culminates to just. It's great, or fantastic. It's fantastic.
Ready? In fact, I'll just back it up just a little bit, just so we can get it the full stretch. Everybody knows it. They can see it. It's in his video. He's put a tangent point at A and B. Full stop.
Two different curves.
It, Ruhif. That's all that was said. Now, you can decide to do whatever you want with that fact. But they are definitely facts now.
Right.
Tangent point at A and a tangent point at B.
Right.
Okay.
And?
No, that's it, Ruhif. That is It.
Excellent. So there's no point you want to make. You're not gonna say that they're different. They're two different curves.
It's 2 tangent points. One at A, one at B.
Right, for two curves. Right? Do you agree there are
like
two
I
curves?
said in the reply to him, it's impossible unless you have 2 different circles.
2 different curves. Yeah, sure.
2 different circles.
You don't have to have a circle.
Tangent
Tangents
point.
to a curve.
You don't have to have a circle.
No, the curve. You can have a tangent to a curve.
Yeah. Where'd you get your curve from?
It's the surface underneath AB and BC.
The surface of what?
The Earth.
Oh. The soil, the dirt.
Well, the elevations of it, yeah. The equal elevations form a curve.
Why are you putting them as a tangent? Sounds fucking ridiculous, but...
Because there is a point on that curve at which it's horizontal.
Boom!
Wow.
Boom!
I mean,
where
you
are
asked
those?
Well, you asked him like early. I don't know if it was this one or the last video because I listened to the other one, but like they built it.
Okay, so he surprised me because I thought that he was going to go with blues argument, so-called argument, but no, he did better.
Oh yeah, no, it gets even better than this.
I'll back it up just a couple of seconds there. Ridiculous, but...
Because there is a point on that curve at which it's horizontal. And it's horizontal for the surface under AB. It's horizontal at point A. And I think for the surface under BC, it's horizontal at point B, right? So check the diagram again.
It's horizontal at A and horizontal at B.
Yes.
Nice.
For 2 different curves.
That line AB has a horizontal point at A and a horizontal point at B. Wow.
The point A, right?
What about in
so
the middle?
If you draw a vertical.
Is it horizontal in the middle as well?
No.
No. So it's a straight line that's only horizontal at each end.
It is only
Nice.
So he's struggling because he don't want to say that this horizontal line.
You gotta rewind that. Rewind that when you ask him, is it horizontal in the middle? He gets no.
Bendizontal. He cannot say bendizontal, but he's hard thinking about bendizontal now.
You did a Scooby-Doo there. Huh?
Just wait
Me
till
and my son are cracking up when he went, no.
Just wait till they start redefining things here in a minute.
Yeah.
It gets really good.
So there's only 43 seconds left. I'll back it up a bit because I think this is some of the best stuff I've done. You know, like all of this, the timing to stop and let people say things without interrupting them and all of that. Like, that takes time for you to be able to do that. To get things like this. This is what we do it for. This is why we do what we do. For moments like this.
For 2 different curves.
That line AB has a horizontal point at A and a horizontal point at B. Wow.
The point A, right?
What about in
so
the
if
middle?
You draw a vertical.
Is it horizontal in the middle as well?
No.
No. So it's a straight line that's only horizontal at each end.
It is only perpendicular to gravity at point A.
And B.
Well, for the other curve, yes.
The straight line.
BC, yes. Well, BC is not. BC is the tangent, right? That's the LIGO. So it's the surface curve under BC.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go and start getting dinner ready for the children. Anyway, Emma, this is what I'm talking about. So, anyway, I'll be back later. Yeah.
Doesn't even realize.
No.
Well, yeah, he does.
You have to get the hell out.
Yeah. He can't talk
Gotta
about
go.
that anymore. That's better than like being asked a question and just blanking the
fuck it
answer
off,
and just
yeah.
going dead air for a minute
Going
or so.
silent. Gotta go. You're not recording this, are you?
Yes.
That no is priceless. No.
So we live on the twin globe, or he just drawn the chord line, because only chord line has two tangential points with a circle. So there is no other option.
He did have these ones here which I blew up at the beginning. FE Dogma did actually label that line a horizontal line, which would be handy, wouldn't it? Because there's a tangent point that's got a horizontal point at A and a tangent point that's got a horizontal point at B. And it just so happens to have been marked as a horizontal line in between horizontal point A and horizontal point B. Now, I don't know where Ruhif is getting his curved axis from. It seems that even FE Dogma in his drawings is pointing to the fact that it is actually a horizontal line.
Yes, FE Dogma doesn't mention anything about curved X and Y. So I think that Ruhif just made this thing ad hoc.
No, this isn't making it up. This is the tangent point. Shout out, Rumpus. This is the reduction of a horizontal to a point, dictated by the globe model, of course. This is the reason why there is no such thing as a horizontal plane or horizontal line on the globe model. It's been reduced to a point, and that point we can call a tangent point on the globe model. Like, we do understand the globe model geometry. I think we do know it better than the globers, because at least we have an understanding of Euclidean geometry to base it on. We know we've invented a whole system called imaginometry, so we know how to make up geometries. Also, like, we're well experienced at all of this sort of stuff. So I can see what the globers are doing. I think most people can see what they're doing now.
But making tangent point without line or without plane, it is pure nonsense, because this name tangent point is from tangent plane and tangent straight line.
That's old.
So
school.
without plane, this is comical.
Yeah,
That's
it's
comical.
old school geometry there. You're thinking of that old Aristotelian logic and Euclidean geometry. Ugh, it's like dirty, that. Now, get with the times. They've got some new geometry. Nobody knows what it is, but you can just sort of say, not that geometry. That's what we're calling it.
But saying that point is touching what? Point is touching what? The surface of the earth. So what does it mean? Because tangent means something is touching. So point touching surface of the earth. It's completely irrelevant statement.
Yeah. Rumpus says there are horizontal planes on the globe, and one point on a plane is where the plane is perpendicular to a vertical. Well, Rumpus knows that all horizontal or all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. And all perpendiculars to horizontal are always vertical. So Rumpus is now saying that there are horizontal planes, that all of the perpendiculars will be vertical and thus parallel. Thank you, Rumpus. He'll flip-flop. He'll change in a minute. He'll say he didn't actually say that. Right, so that's the developments over the weekend of FE Dogma's twin tangent points on LIGO. It'll still keep developing because they've got to have to come up with something better than that. Because that's ridiculous. But I do like the idea of the bendy x-axis, Rumpus. I think it's got legs. You could do that. Well worth a try.
Why Rumpus is mentioning that vertical line is perpendicular in a point on the plane, on
Every
horizontal plane? Yes, it is, but it is perpendicular in whatever place you place it. So
Yeah,
it doesn't
point.
matter where it is.
Every point.
Yes,
Yeah.
every point, not at one point.
Yeah.
Every point.
Yeah, but if you point to one point, it will be vertical there, and point somewhere else, it will be vertical there. It will always be vertical.
Yes, on the same plane.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that's the problem, right? Because you have horizontal plane, you have all perpendiculars to that horizontal plane is vertical. All perpendiculars to a plane are parallel. But when you want to equate that to a tangent plane, then that goes out the window, contradicting reality, of course, which is, what they're going to have to go for.
Well, it's globe, right?
Yeah,
the globe
really.
does dictate that, they have to do it. Yeah. Reality sometimes doesn't have to comport to the model, does it? Not all the time. Keep polyfilling in those bits, right? You end up with a polyfiller ball. You've made your own model of all of the fucking bits of cracks that you found.
I found this perfect expression. I think it was Rob, that they are sacrificing their intelligence for the model, because it looks like, because they are saying so stupid things that it is for me it is almost unimaginable, because that adult person can say such a thing. Like they are saying, because so this is I think that it was Rob, that they are sacrificing their intelligence. This is sad.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll go. Oh, no, Let me get this. Blue Marble's just done a comment. I don't know. Is anybody trying to play word games? Because this is Blue Marble in the YouTube chat. Here's an idea. He says, stop trying to play word games. You're losing badly. Has Blue got some word games or something that he thinks he's winning with? I'm not aware of any.
Projection. Pure it is immediately projected reverse so-called argument, because they are losing, because they are saying so stupid things, and they immediately project on us what they say. This is their tactic.
He says, try explaining why those elevations are not collinear. I don't understand what that means. Which elevations? Normal elevations are. But do you mean the normal elevation of a canal? And they are x-axis and straight. Is that what you mean, Blue? I don't know which elevation profiles you're talking about. You'd have to show us some.
Roman.
I'd like to see those elevation profiles.
It's just so easy when they can be this vague in a comment, not actually making any points, just throwing out statements like this based on nothing.
Like he's trying to play word games by writing gibberish down.
Like, stop trying to play word games, as in he's playing word games, or is Ruhith maybe. But you're not playing word games. So how can you lose at something you're not doing?
This is projection, typical projection.
Well, we're going to go over a video in a minute. Oh, wait a minute. I have to move that.
Did Blue ever get around to handing over the so-called proof? I've heard him claim.
His proof of
the
water, sloped water. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's hard to know what it was that he had a proof for, to be honest. Right, we're going on a... We're going to go over a video from Blue Marble Science. He likes me. And he likes going over stuff. And we help him out with a bit of content every now and again. SE's told us to have a look at it. I don't normally watch videos of when people make videos about me. I try to keep away from it. But apparently... Blue Marble Science, he's got a bit of an infatuation with me at the minute. Get these. So we're going to go over a video. SE said it'd be worth having a look at the pictures on here, right? So as you can see, Blue Marble Science, go over there and sub to him. Click the button. Have a look at some of the pictures, some of the comments here. The best use of the picture with Bev holding a rod to show plumb and level when you move from left to right on straight and horizontal. You may need a bigger Bev to see the rotation of the rod. The rotation. To show plumb and level when you move from left to right on a straight and horizontal, you may need a bigger Bev to see the rotation of the rod. Like, and I'm really sorry, but move from left to right on a straight and horizontal and rotation. These people are very confused. I don't know what we're going to have here because this is a... So that's me on Blue. I know somebody did make some GIFs and we did have a few GIFs of Blue Marble Science pooping a blue marble. While he was doing dancing. But I mean, Blue really likes me.
Screen, Rumpus.
There you go. I don't know.
Rumpus.
Rumpus is over there today. They're breaking down the bullshit. I think it's Rumpus's bullshit.
Let me turn off this display.
Oh, it must be a private show, this as well.
And there you go.
Blue Marble, Farmer's Boy, Rumpus.
Right, I was also proposing having a hangout with SE Montreal and two or three others of them from Bev's thing, but I haven't quite organised that hangout. But anyway, there's some key points that are...
Rumpus is planning having a meeting with SE Montreal and 2 or 3 others from people over here. Really? Has anyone got the invite? No? No, they mustn't be here. The ones...
No, I'm very upset.
Yeah. He's never give me an invite. I don't know what he's going to do.
Let's see if you're talking. I can see your little picture is lighting up green, but there's no sound.
Rumpus is saying to Gadget, both a hump and a drop coexist. I will be showing that in a hangout with SE Montreal soon.
Positively negative hump. Yes.
Mic check.
There you go.
There you go.
Damn, I thought you guys were ignoring me.
Yeah, he's talking about the hangout that you and him are going to have, and 2 or 3 others. I don't know.
Yeah, well, he said he wanted to have a hangout. I think Askin was invited. I think I got Buster in. But I see Rakia feels sore. He's left out. I'll try to get him in. But you, Bev, no chance. He told me, no Bev.
Oh, listen to that. Rumpus. Well done. He's getting Good Morning Britain involved. You'll have to get there early, Rumpus. Don't bring that Mark. He's always late. To get on Good Morning. At the weekend? Is it? I don't know. I've not watched telly for a bit. But that's good. Well done, Rumpus. Is that ITV? Not quite BBC, but hey, good enough. Good enough. Is it still on? I don't know.
I think that we need. I don't think they understand that. Must be similar, possibly, to what I'll be telling them. So let's see a bit more. So there's just a few very simple points to understand about the globe. One, the Earth in the globe model, obviously.
Oh, is this globe model lessons on the fly? Didn't realise. He's typing it as well.
Traveling globe lessons.
Yeah, over there. Who's he doing it? Private Blue Marble and Farmer's Boy getting a private globe lesson from Rumpus.
Well, Rumpus wanted to straighten out a few things he heard lately, apparently.
Yeah. Good. Right. Oh yeah. I'm gonna get into this then. Here we go then. If you want us to stop, let us know.
Okay, so that's number 1. 2. Down is towards the center of the Earth.
Can you guys?
The down up. We're talking about the down up. These are all the globe model fact. We know this. It's fucking ridiculous. Some of this shit.
YouTube see that okay?
Are these the globe model axioms?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Rumpus is writing them now.
I'll get it as large I think as I can make it.
Yeah, you can read that on YouTube.
Okay. All right.
I can make it bigger if it's a problem, because it was just going to be a title at the top. Fundamental form, or the fundamental concept is.
You can see it a bit better there.
Distance from the center of the Earth. Now, with just these 3 concepts, we can almost deal, I think, with all of the points that is troubling Bev at the moment. And straight lines are straight, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose that straight lines are straight. There's another one we can do that. Straight lines are straight.
Oh. Can you guys read that?
Curved lines are not.
Yes, and curved. Yes, indeed.
In Discord, we can read fine.
Yeah, and curved lines are not. And I think just with that, I don't think anything need more, but any more curved lines or not. And I think just with those 4 premises, which I don't think Bev understands, 2 and 3, and that causes him all sorts of problems.
Right, I just point out here, causes me all sorts of problems. These 4 globe axioms that Rumpus is laying out for everyone, for Blue and all of that. I think they're conferring. Number one, the Earth in the globe model is a spheroid.
This globe, number
well,
one.
I mean, no. The Earth in the globe model is a spheroid. I mean,
yeah.
What's hard to understand about that?
Globe is a globe.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're tracking. We're good.
Down is towards the center of the Earth as determined by gravity.
Ay caramba.
Objection.
That's the down up. I think he's still talking about the globe model, right?
Right.
Until it passes through the center and then becomes
You go
up.
back up again. Yeah. So you go down.
Absolutely.
And then go back to up again. That's definitely globe model thing. So down is only in the middle of the ups. And if you are at the center, there is no down, right? There is a place in this model, the globe model, where there is no down. Take that on board.
That one.
That's the globe model.
Down is in the middle of all the ups.
Yeah. That'll do. On the globe model, right?
Yeah.
That's dictated by gravity, right? There is a place where there is no gravity right at the center. And at the top as well. So, yeah, contradictory things all the way through the globe model. Number 3, elevation or the fundamental concept. Whichever one you want, the actual elevation or the fundamental concept is the distance from the center of the Earth. Globe model, right? Except they'll swap and change that to mean sea level, which isn't the center of the Earth.
I like the ability to choose. We don't have that in our thing.
Yeah.
In our reality.
Yeah. Except that we definitely don't do that either. So, I mean, only on the globe model do they reference the center of the Earth. In reality, everybody references mean sea level, which obviously isn't the center. Unless you've got a really weird idea of what you're thinking about. But we know this about the globe modeler as well, right? We are aware of these facts of the globe model, complete inconsistencies and contradictions. I mean, we know them all. Number 4, straight lines are straight and curved lines are not.
Get out.
So now
Get out of here.
He is retracting what he said a couple years ago. Because he said that straight lines are curved and curved are straight. So he's kind of retracting this.
Well, he does still think that the great circle is a straight line. So that will obviously be contradictory to his model or reality, right? Now, this one has been put in there to completely confuse you.
I was just going to say that fourth one. Are you sure about that one, Rumpus? That
sounds like a reality thing. It doesn't sound like a globe model thing.
Realistic. You stole my words. Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, we'll forgive him for that as long as you all are aware that this is number 4. It applies to reality and not the globe model. I think you should rejig
that one and say, but if you look at it from the side, then it curves.
Yeah, tricky.
Because that's Go
on.
That won't work for a sphere.
No, you can't have straight lines on a sphere. They're called tangents.
Yeah, it's too. Yeah. We got to work on that one, Rumpus. Number 4.
Definitely got straight lines connected to tangent points still. Whether the tangent needs a circle or whatever, but the line that's touching it needs to be straight. And straight is straight.
And since he's saying straight lines are straight, is there a, what's it called, tacit understanding that we're using regular geometry, not some fancy other kind of not geometry. Yeah, straight
With
lines.
not straight lines being not straight
Yeah.
lines, but they're called straight lines. So therefore, yeah, it's a bit hard to tell when they're messing about with straight so much. I mean, you'd be better off just not fucking about with straight right from the off. Then everybody would be certain what straight actually is.
If you draw a so-called straight line on a sphere, which is not straight, but they may call it straight, then what can you do with tangent, real straight line? Tangent to the surface, curved surface. How could you name it? This straight line, real straight line, which is tangent to curved surface. This is conundrum, I think, unresolvable.
Have you heard
giving him ideas? Go on.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mention that one time. I don't know. Rumpus probably remembers this himself when he said that. Yeah, it's no problem. You can have tangents to straight lines, so don't worry about it. Paper. Rumpus got it covered.
Yeah, B-Ball, I think, was in there on that one and science it out. Is it? Is he one? I think he was having a go with it as well. And Rumpus. Yeah.
Okay, so I am not up to date. Sorry.
Yeah, we don't know. Like when Rumpus says straight lines are straight, we all know he lies constantly. And it's really hard to tell which straight he's thinking of because he has in the past told you that a curved line is straight. Because they just redefine straight.
He said publicly.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go carry on. See whether we get any more of these. I quite like them. Nice
Let's just
list.
deal with this. Right, so if we have... in fact, I might go and get it from my...
It's like he's been practicing.
Let's go and grab it from him here, actually. Stick it in this one.
Oh, he's good at this, isn't he?
Right, so let me just... let me get the...
On the fly.
Let me get the center of this. I need to...
There he is. Check the chat. He came to his senses.
I just need to get the center of this thing for various reasons. There we go.
Right, I just have to point. Yes. I had to stop there just to point out what Rumpus has actually said is I am not doing anything with spherical geometry. I am just dealing with Euclidean geometry. Hence, straight lines are straight. And then in capital letters afterwards, shouty fucking voice. On the surface of the earth, then straight lines follow the curved surface. So where's he talking about doing these lines? In Euclidean geometry or on the surface? Like, what's he talking about?
I told you you'd have to correct number 4. Can't leave it like that.
Yeah.
Yes, because on the surface of the earth, then straight lines follow. No, they don't follow because they are not straight.
Yeah.
So they cannot follow.
They would be curved, Rumpus, obviously. He says he's not dealing with operations on the surface of the earth in this presentation. No, Rumpus, you're just dealing with a circle. That's all you ever do. You start off with a circle and start drawing lines to it. You're never dealing with the earth. You just deal with circles. And you've got a really bad understanding of geometry to go along with it. Hopefully he'll get around to doing something in a minute. Putting an X and a Y axis in the middle of it.
And let's draw... Oh, yes, actually, I suppose the other thing I should have added here is...
Oh, he's putting
horizontal is a tangent to the yeah.
I'm sorry. What was that? Horizontal.
Did you see Bev talking to? Did you see Blue holding his temper with Bev?
Yeah, who
yesterday or
was
the day
that?
before in their interaction, where Bev was interrupting him.
Can I just?
Yeah, I think that's very fitting, right? Because you've been said that there are no horizontal planes on the globe model. Is that a globe model afflicted person? He doesn't know what horizontal is because that's
It's a
not part of the
tangent.
model.
Like a horizontal isn't a tangent. Like in
Oh,
reality.
definitely not.
Whether it is on the globe model might sort of give you a chance to falsify it. Because that's a brave move to say that horizontal is a tangent. Because that would have some serious implications.
Horizontal is from horizon. It means it is parallel to horizon.
Yeah.
Well, he wants to keep it a straight line. But the problem it's going to run into is the vertical perpendicular. Because that's why he said earlier, only at one point on the plane. Which, yeah, you probably hear him go over it.
Yeah, hopefully, yes.
To the, yeah.
I'm sorry. What was that? Horizontal.
Did you see Bev?
So that was lighting up. That was Farmer's Boy.
What kind of voice was that?
That was Farmer's Boy.
Probably forgot to turn his voice changer off.
Let's to listen to it again.
It's like a little kid.
To the, yeah.
I'm sorry. What was that? Horizontal.
Did you see Bev talking to? Did you see Bev?
Seriously, Farmer's Boy, come for a chat, man. Sounds like you got, like I think he is. Didn't change his voice changer on.
Blue holding his temper with Bev yesterday or the day before in their interaction, where Bev was interrupting him every 3 or 4 seconds.
I will admit I watched some of that when Blue put it up as sort of an unlisted, so I'm going to have to put this up as a video, and I just couldn't watch the whole thing, and then Blue put it up again yesterday, and I tried again, and I just I'm sorry, I couldn't do it because that voice is like nails on a blackboard. And he was just
you pompous
so deliberately, doing what he does. I'm sorry.
So deliberately, doing what he does. Yeah, just stating simple geometric facts to Blue.
Beth, you are just too cruel for Blue. So
the Farmer's Boy, I know. He's got machetes and everything, Blue. Farmer's Boy. Last time we went to the canal bank, he was carrying a machete around with him. I think that's why Rumpus had to take him away.
Sorry, I just can't. For the sake of my sanity, I had to give up
again.
I think I got a bit further than the time before, but it's like, no, sorry.
So he's the bushwhacker. He clears the path.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. Yes.
Yeah. Helping Rumpus down the footpath at the side of the canal. Chopping it down.
Farmer's the bushwhacker.
Conceptual surface as defined.
You might just want to up your font size a tad, I think.
Okay, I'll do that then. Okay.
Yeah. I guess if people are watching this on the phone or a tablet, it might be that. Yeah, I wouldn't go too much bigger than that because you'll start taking up a lot of room.
And the other thing I wanted to mention, there was something else I wanted to say.
Horizontal is a tangent to a conceptual surface. I can see where we're going here. Shout out, Rumpus. This is the elevation tangent. Horizontal is a tangent to a conceptual surface as defined by a radius. You see what you're going to do? Change the radius to a vertical. Bish bash bush magic.
Horizontal tangent. Damn it, there was something else I wanted to say about horizontals. I've forgotten what the other point was now. Damn it.
It'll come.
It will come. Yeah. Okay. There's something else I want to add to that. But yes, that's right. And of course, it's perpendicular to vertical.
Oh, there you go.
So I think that's definitely. But you probably could do without one of those. I've actually overdone it really. Right. So let's just deal with it. So let's taking this concept here.
Oops, do you see
Could
what he's done?
probably get rid of the tangent, couldn't you? Perpendicular to vertical and do for horizontal. Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. Let's cut the middle bit out.
I'm not sure it's going to be good for him if he wants to just say that a tangent line, horizontal, is perpendicular to vertical. That's going to cause some issues right now.
Yes, because he's comparing line to line and not line to point. Sorry, he is in trouble already.
Yeah.
Yep.
Geometrically, but I mean, this is globe. Don't forget. Oh, he did say he was using Euclidean geometry, didn't he? Shit, yeah. Yeah.
I guess that's the only place where you can have perpendicular.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Well, let's see how well he does. I think this is he's like Houdini. He's tying himself up in knots, isn't he? He's chaining himself. I hope he can get out of this.
Hopping in a barrel into a river going towards a waterfall. Yeah.
So here is our Earth. Now we're going to call this. I've used a perfect sphere here, but actually we all know that the Earth is slightly oblate. But we're not going to worry about that because I think actually SE Montreal made the point.
There we go. Not an exact geometric replica, because when they say it's a sphere, it doesn't actually mean that. It's like when the flat earthers say they think it's flat, they don't actually mean it's flat. Just like the globers, when they say it's a sphere, they don't actually mean it's a sphere. It's a way to be contradictory with your words right from the go. Nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about if you start off like that. It's genius.
The other day that not all verticals don't all go to the center of the Earth, and I think he was I don't know whether he was aware of the oblate nature of the Earth, but that's the reason that the point is. But anyway, so we pretend for the moment as a good approximation that the Earth is a perfect sphere. So that's point number 1 done here. Now point number 2, down is towards the center of the Earth. So if I take a point, so let's suppose I have a point here. Where's down?
Down's down here.
Be towards the center
down
of the Earth,
this,
isn't it? So there's down towards.
That's not
there.
down.
It is for them.
Yeah, on the globe model, like going with these rules, the axioms that he's laid out of. Well, it's Euclidean geometry, so maybe a bit of a mix. I don't know what to call it. Semi-spherical Euclidean geometry. Not Euclidean geometry.
Almost Euclidean.
Let's just go with another one of the not Euclidean geometries, but Rumpus imagines as Euclidean, just with a new set of axioms.
It looks like he's just adding shit to, like, I don't know. I mean,
these are the rules. This is the dictated. What's dictated to him?
Can he cite anywhere where it says horizontal is a tangent? I mean, I've never seen.
No, he's making it up. Globe. And who else do you think there's going to be to make this shit up?
Oh, well,
guys, we got globe axioms here. This is a big moment.
He's
Yes,
definitely
verticals are concentric lines.
He's trailblazing a poor path to aporia, that's for sure.
That's right. Yeah.
Like the crossroads. Every way to aporia.
Yeah, left, right, north, south, east, west.
Is this not part of imaginometry, Bev?
Well, you see, imaginometry is fully conceptual. You should never, it's in the rules of imaginometry, you should never try and depict it like Rumpus is doing here. So this is against the rules of imaginometry, trying to realize it.
you can't actually predict it because it's only in your head.
Yeah, you can't project it like this.
Right,
You let everyone see your stupidity when you do that.
Kind of like what Wally did.
Yeah. Oh yeah, shout out Wally. We've got to get to that in a bit. But I mean, I think Rumpus might be setting it up for us in the tangent.
And
I think you guys are underestimating the moment.
Yeah, no,
This is
no.
big news. Yeah. We've been asking them for years for axioms and of this we just got 4 non-Euclidean axioms here.
Yeah, but Rumpus says it is Euclidean.
Stolen concept, anybody?
Well, there's that. Yeah.
Well, then would it not have to follow a set of rules?
These are the rules.
Yeah, this is stolen concept.
Yeah.
This is geometry with a dash of,
Yeah, but it's better than anything before.
Yeah,
this is a bold
Rumpus
move
has been
by
working
Rumpus.
on this for a while, haven't he? I mean, look at his drawings, how well they've developed.
Yeah, we just
take the
in a
time.
little bit of stolen concept. Just
take the time to appreciate the moment. Don't just brush it off.
Relish in it.
It looks like Blue's trying to set up a date over there in the chat as well. Who's he got? I don't know who he's trying to set it up with. Mobius, I think. He's scared of Mobius.
No way.
Yeah.
That would be epic.
Yeah.
Blue and Mobius, yeah.
Right, let's go on with this.
The other rule I've got there, the what horizontal is, number 4, from the perpendicular to a vertical, it is perpendicular to that. So let's generate a perpendicular to that.
Why can't I hear it now?
Let's rotate it.
I don't know. He's very quiet.
So there we have.
I could hear it on YouTube. I've turned YouTube down.
So if this is a vertical.
Oh, I've got your input turned down.
Therefore, this must be horizontal.
Oh no, that ain't changed it.
You see that? Therefore, this must be a horizontal. Look, he's going from these rules that he's just wrote, and he's got this vertical at 45 degrees. So he's made a perpendicular to that, and he's also got a horizontal at 45 degrees. That is genius. The way you do that, isosceles, 45 degrees. It's good, isn't it? Clever. 50-50 on your vertical horizontals. 45 degrees. Splitting your right angle.
But notice it's at this point here only.
I think this is bordering on imaginometry, which is breaking every rule of it.
You can't. Yeah, you can. This is breaking the rules of imaginometry even.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually conceptualizing his imaginings.
They're trailblazers.
Yeah.
You gotta give them credit. They're trailblazing.
Rohit.
Pioneers.
F.E. Dogma. F.E. See, I thank F.E. Dogma. He tried to do it last year and they just never saw it. It was only when we went over it the other day to go over a straight to everybody else's imaginings of the straight that we've ended up with this.
We need a new word for this. How about aporiometry?
Well, remember, right, this, Rumpus is going to be realising this. Rumpus has a practical test. That's the whole idea of this. Rumpus, in order for Rumpus to do what Rumpus needs to do, in order for that, he can't use Euclidean geometry. Obviously, it doesn't quite have the scope that Rumpus needs. So he's conceptualizing a new geometry. It's a brave move. I like it.
Stupid.
I know, I like this.
With axioms. You got to give him credit.
Just wait. Yeah. It gets even better.
And you've got Hoymars joined in now. Like all of the globe top guys are here. Good.
This horizontal that I've drawn, this horizontal.
Oh, go on.
But on the screen, we have now a tangent line, which is parallel to circle because this it has to be on within his axioms. So on spherical Earth, we have straight lines following the curve, and this tangent line is therefore parallel to the circle.
Well,
for
this
him.
this tangent line here that he's labelled horizontal, I don't know why he's done that. If you carry on this radius that he's labelled vertical again, crazy dude. If you follow this all the way across and make this radius into a diameter, and then put another tangent to it, you would have two parallel tangents. Because it's Euclidean geometry. Parallel.
This is a parallelism. Like you're seeing parallelism.
Yep.
At its best.
In action.
Yep.
In action. Yes.
They should never do this. Should never do
Let's
this.
see-
But
let's see if he does it.
Yeah, but they don't see it anyway. That's the beauty of a parallelism. They can't see what it is that they're meant to be looking at while they're looking at it.
Line.
You see that word that says horizontal?
The word, that.
Is that not horizontal?
The horizontal is horizontal, yeah. It just seems to have put it next to a tangent for some reason.
He's redefined it. Like he has melded. He said horizontal is a tangent. Like he's redefining. So get ready.
Yeah.
Globers have inclination to call tangent lines horizontal.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Just get used to it.
That's what it means. That's what it means.
Whoa, what means? Oh, that's a shite mic, that, Brenda. That's like even worse than it was before when you came in. Did you not go and get your mic fixed? I thought that's what you were doing.
What's wrong with the mic?
Couldn't even hear what you said. What? Sorry.
There's nothing wrong with the mic.
Yeah, there is. Sorry, is that just me, everybody, or is Brenda's mic absolutely fucking shite?
That's pretty crystally there, Brenda.
Connection.
Well, yeah,
something bad.
If that's a wired jack, I'd pull it out and clean it and put it back in.
No, it's from my phone.
Well, that was.
Okay.
That was.
Well, you know what that means, Brenda.
You've not been chucking blue tack in your the speaker, have you?
Right. So anyway, horizontal just means perpendicular to vertical.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
But vertical isn't at 45 degrees. Like Rumpus has put there. Like in reality, is it?
That line through the green circle is vertical.
What makes that vertical, Brenda?
Gravity does.
There
Makes
is no
it
such
45
thing as
degrees.
gravity.
No.
On a circle, Brenda, are you sure?
Yeah, it's vertical.
Doesn't look vertical to me. It looks like about 45 degrees. If I had to guess.
Did the sound?
Oof, I don't know what that was, Brenda. I think you really need to go and sort your connection or something.
It's probably the case.
Are you sure? Somebody might be bugging you, Brenda. I mean, like, seriously. You might have the FBI watching out for you or something. It sounds really bad.
Yeah, nobody cares about me.
No, you're right about that. But, I mean, for the show, it would sound better if we could actually hear you and you weren't coming through with all squeaky noises. It sounds awful.
You're not running a voice changer by any chance, are you, Brenda? So we just had that with Farmer.
Maybe it doesn't work well on the phone as on computer.
Just go to your computer, Brenda. Don't do this torture thing to us, please.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to carry on with this anyway, because I don't know whether Brenda wants to take the limelight away from Rumpus in his big moment. of
She's gone
his
out.
new geometry rule. Okay.
Sorry, he's gone out.
There we go.
Horizontal at point A. Make sure we all understand that's point A. All right. Right. So, so we've already come here. Just change the color on that to just make it a bit more different to the other things. Oh, you bastard!
Can I just say he's always depicting horizontal at 130? I mean, every time, never fails.
I can't hear it at all now. Bev.
He's not saying anything. He's just doing his whispering thing.
Right.
Oh, right.
So the key
Oh, is this-
position is
is
only
this
at
better?
point A.
Oh, that's
Sorting
better.
the colour
Brenda.
out.
Is that better?
Bren?
Well, I can hear you a bit more now. I was just playing rumpus. So
Right. So vertical is that line through the green circle, right? From the center to the circumference, right?
no,
In
rumpus has definitely
Rumpus's
done that, but
model,
that's
yeah.
not vertical. But that's what rumpus is labeled vertical in that drawing.
No, that is what vertical is.
Yeah, well, that's if you take this as your model. Yeah, this is the globe model, vertical.
The gravity defines what vertical is.
Yeah, and that's not it.
Gravity.
No, you're wrong. Gravity tells us what is vertical.
Yeah, but it doesn't do it at 45 degrees, right? Ever, anywhere.
Yes, it's on the globe Earth, gravity defines vertical.
Is this an elevation drawing?
No, this is just a diagram.
But we already went over point number 2 in Rumpus's axioms, and I mean, we do understand that this is how the model works. It is axiom 2, after all.
I thought this was a pie chart.
So gravity defines what is vertical. Vertical is towards the center of mass of the Earth.
Can you vertical's never at 45 degrees.
Yeah. It doesn't actually say that as well, Brenda. It says for number 2, it says down is towards the center of the Earth. Well, vertical does up and down, doesn't it?
Yeah, so up and down. So up and down is defined by gravity.
Okay. So down comes down to where? How far does down go on the vertical?
To the center of the Earth.
Just to the center.
No further.
So this is the.
And then wait a minute, Bri.
Sorry.
So vertical is only down to the center.
No, vertical is up and down, right?
Right, yeah, but down only goes to the center, and then it turns back into up again, right?
No, that's not how anything works.
Oh, so what about over here on the other side?
No, so
where would vertical stop being down and turn into up?
Oh, once
that line continues right through. Yeah.
Once you left the center, that would be up.
Okay. So vertical is from the center, it goes up.
So the force of gravity, right, pulls everything to the center of the Earth.
And right, everything from the center is up.
From the center is up.
Okay, so where's down?
towards the center is down.
But everything from the center is up.
Away from the center is up. Towards the center is down.
What about in the middle?
Yeah. What about if you're on the other side of the vertical? Like, because you said from the center, everything is up.
It's radial. Do you know what radial lines are?
Yeah, but there's an opposite to that line, isn't there?
I know what a radius is.
Like that runs right the way through, yeah?
Hey, hang on. You know that a radial is a straight line, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. So there's an infinite number of verticals on that green sphere.
Yeah, going like up and down. Like, yeah, we know what vertical is.
There's
in reality, but you're just saying it changes. The difference is that up and down in reality is just up and down, but on the globe model, down turns back into up again at a certain point. I don't have that on my understanding of up and down. Down does not turn back into up again.
Sure it does. If you're
It
going,
doesn't. Not in my understanding of down.
if you're moving towards the center of the earth, you are moving down. If you're moving away from the center of the earth, you are moving up. And it could be any radius from that center circle. Okay. Any radius going in any
what
direction.
What are we going to call this? Are we calling this Earth geometry? Or is this globe geometry particular? Because it's not Euclidean geometry. You're going to get seriously stuck.
Well, it looks Euclidean to me. Circles are Euclidean.
Does it?
Yeah, it's a circle.
Perpendicularity of vertical and horizontal. I really think you're going to come up against some problems pretty soon. Circles
are Euclidean, aren't they?
They certainly are. Book 3.
Is a radius Euclidean?
I'm not too sure. No, I don't think so.
You don't think radius
diameter?
You don't think the radius of a circle is Euclidean?
I think it goes to the diameter of a sphere, if that's what you're trying to relate it to. Are we just dealing with the circle now?
So you, in Euclidean geometry, you don't think that radiuses are part of
circle? In a circle, are we talking about Earth geometry, or are we talking about Euclidean geometry? Let's make this certain, Brenda, right? Are we talking about Euclidean geometry now?
We're talking about how things work on the globe Earth.
Right. So we're talking about Euclidean geometry or not Euclidean? Come on.
We're talking about how things work on the globe Earth when there's...
Well, that's not Euclidean then, right? That's not Euclidean geometry. So we're doing a blend of the two here, right? Obviously.
On the surface of the Earth, on the surface of the Earth, that would be spherical geometry.
I think we could definitely call this not Euclidean geometry then, right?
Who cares?
You can pretend. Okay.
Who cares?
Who cares? Yeah.
Well, we do. Well, I mean, carry on.
It's obviously not important. I want to get through this video to get to the crux, man. I'm waiting for it.
You don't understand. You don't understand the simple basics of it. So you don't understand.
Vertical isn't at a 45-degree angle. I want to get through the video to get to the
It's not at a 45.
You're saying you don't understand to the guy that wrote the song.
It's not at a 45-degree angle.
That is at a 45-degree angle,
no,
friend. Don't be so fucking stupid.
That's zero. That's 0 degrees.
No, because Rumpus draw first this perpendicular lines. Horizontal and can you see this is slightly blurry, but he drawn it at the beginning, vertical and horizontal, and this line is in the middle. So
the line labeled vertical is 0 degrees, and the horizontal line is 90 degrees perpendicular to that vertical.
Why he drawn this line really vertical and really horizontal at the for the first?
The line is vertical. It's 0 degrees.
I mean,
everywhere.
I mean, we all understand Rumpus's drawing, Brenda, and I kind of want to back up Buster on this because you're just saying the same thing that Rumpus is already saying in the video that we're watching. Do you want to watch it with us, or do you want to interrupt Rumpus, or what's up?
Shouldn't that be a clue to you that
you don't are obfuscating and just fucking time wasting? Yeah.
No, I have nothing.
It's pretty
not
clear.
Time wasting.
Just be quiet. Let us go through the video.
Brenda. Let's go on with the video.
Right.
I've drawn this horizontal plane here, or horizontal line in actual fact. But remember, another thing I think Bev has problems with. He has difficulty for some reason understanding. We're looking at a section, obviously, through the Earth as a sphere. I could draw this as a 3D sphere and then chop a slice through it and then say, here you go. There's this. But
right. So Rumpus is doing a 3D sphere. So he's talking about a Euclidean sphere. 3D. Nice admittance from Rumpus. Like Rumpus says, he is using Euclidean. I don't know why Brenda was saying he wasn't,
I didn't say he wasn't. I said it just looks like a circle to me.
Right. Well, Rumpus says he is using Euclidean.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now
Okay.
You go
Rumpus
back
says he
like
can
10
have
seconds.
any
Yeah,
3D.
so what? Why does anybody care about that?
Rumpus
just
said
trying to
that
keep the facts.
this circle is a globe. This is a globe model. So this
Yeah,
is a sphere.
it represents the Earth, yes.
Only at point A that I've drawn this horizontal
I-
plane here, or horizontal line in actual fact. But remember, another thing I think Bev has problems with. He has difficulty for some reason understanding. We're looking at a section, obviously, through the Earth as a sphere. I could draw this as a 3D sphere and then chop a slice through it and then say, here you go. There's this. But we'll just go straight to the 2D slice through the Earth because it's got all the geometry we need to deal with. So this horizontal.
It's got all the geometry we need to deal with. Like, what's he saying?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to hear. What was he chopping? What was he slicing?
We've went sorry,
3D
Sarah.
sphere.
We've went through so many things with logic. Now he's labeled a line as a horizontal. Now those two diameters, what do you label those as?
I don't see any diameters. I only see a radius.
There's two diameters drawn through the circle.
Yeah,
No.
perpendicular to each other.
He's labeled one line vertical and one line that's a tangent line as horizontal. Now, what do you label those diameters as?
The axis he's talking about there, Brenda. Can you see the axis of the graph that he used to draw the circle?
The red lines, yeah.
What do you call them?
Those are just references from the coordinate grid, from the paper. From the paper.
The 2D, 2D circle.
Reference, what do you mean by reference then in this case?
It's drawn over a coordinate grid. What the fuck?
A Cartesian coordinate grid. With its horizontal and vertical axis. That type of Cartesian coordinate grid. Euclidean.
What the fuck?
So if this real horizontal line in the middle of this circle is horizontal, therefore this tangent line cannot be horizontal. Sorry.
Why not?
That's why I said it'd be
Because
45 degrees, because if that's vertical and that's horizontal, then
No,
that
we get
one's 45 degrees in between the two. Ish.
We get to
Not
define
measured
things how we get to define things how we want.
What?
Because horizontals are parallel to each other.
No, they're not.
Yes,
And
they are.
horizontal is inherent in nature too.
So horizontal is simply perpendicular to any given vertical.
Yeah, always, everywhere.
Right. So given the vertical line that's labeled vertical there, horizontal is that tangent line.
No, you can't just give somebody a vertical that isn't vertical and say, here's a vertical.
Yes, you can. You can do
can't.
that.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
I'm sorry, Brenda, you can't do that. That's
What
ridiculous thinking you
What
can.
rule says that? What rule says that?
Well, the law of identity.
Yeah.
That doesn't say anything like this.
Yeah.
The law of identity doesn't say anything like that.
Horizontal plane is parallel to horizon plane.
No, it's not.
It is dictionary definition. Sorry.
No, it's not.
It is the dictionary. It is.
A horizontal is perpendicular to any given vertical line. So given the vertical line in that diagram, horizontal must be the 90-degree tangent to that vertical.
Citation, please. That horizontal is perpendicular to any given vertical. Please, citation.
Well, I just defined it for you.
No, it's 0.4 in Rumpus's diagram, and Brenda is just talking about Rumpus's diagram, right? Remember that. This is important, because in reality, that's not the case what Rumpus has drawn, of course.
What do you mean not in reality? We get to define how we're talking about this.
It is already defined. We don't need to redefine it.
That's not true. We get to define what our words mean.
Oh, come on, Brenda.
I honestly,
Big
me
words,
personally, I
big
don't want
words.
to trailblaze with Brenda. I don't
Yeah.
want to be behind Brenda trailblazing her own Aporia path. I mean,
Yeah.
that's like
I
me
don't want to
personally.
be helping Brenda on this. Actually, we did come here to listen to Rumpus, Brenda, not you backing Rumpus up. Like, because at the minute, seems like you want to take Rumpus's limelight off him. Rumpus is the one that's writing down all of these things, and it's as though you, Brenda, are trying to take it off him and say, "This is what is yours." Not Rumpus's. This is your stuff. This is you that's doing this.
Yeah, there isn't anything that I've said that Rumpus would disagree with.
Oh, we had a conference. It's already been checked, has it?
I think he would, because he is talking about a 3D sphere, not 2D sphere.
Yeah, but it's a section of a 3D sphere, and this is just for illustration.
So section of 2D sphere is a 3D sphere. It doesn't make any sense.
A section of a 3D sphere would be a 2D circle. Yes.
Well, if you would let this go on, we'll get to the actual 3D part. That's the crux of
Brenda
the thing
wants
that
it
we
all.
all want to.
Yeah, but
we
you
all
can't
wanna see.
understand.
Brenda wants it.
Oh, I do understand.
Yeah, we'll
I'm
just
ready
go
to
over
get-
this.
Okay.
Let's go over it, Brenda. Come on. Let everybody else see it. Some of us haven't even seen it.
Notice it's also a tangent because, of course, at this point where it intersects with the surface of the Earth, by definition, that is perpendicular to a radial. So this vertical is also a radial, which is important to understand. In other words, it is a radius. It's a radial line going out from the center to the surface of the Earth. That makes it a vertical, and it's also a radial, which means that this perpendicular line is also a tangent, because a tangent at the surface here, look at that very closely. There, let's make
Close. You got it close.
Yes, it looks
Good
looks
enough.
like
Yeah.
yes,
There we
looks
go.
like.
Okay.
It is straight
So
because
that,
it
by
looks like.
definition, the tangent has got to be 90 degrees to a normal coming out of there, and it
I think we went over this last time when we had Rumpus here. That definitely looks like there's a blue bit above the green bit, which means that it's cutting this and it's touching at this point here and this point over here.
Do lines in Euclidean geometry have width?
What?
What? Sure.
Yeah, it's got a blue bit on the other side of it, Brenda, quite obviously.
Do lines in Euclidean geometry have width?
Lines are one-dimensional. Straight lines are
They
one-dimensional.
don't have width, do they?
Yeah. Well done. It's definitely cutting that at 2 points though, making it not a tangent.
Yeah,
But I mean,
yeah.
it's only a slight technicality, Brenda. Only one of the minor mistakes that Rumpus is going to make. I'm sure he'll make much larger mistakes.
What mistake did he make? What's the
will
mistake?
meet the surface at 90 degrees. It'd be the perpendicular. The radial would be at 90 degrees to the tangent by definition. So that means right, and we also
by definition.
Yes, I told you already. Yes.
Yeah. So he's not redefining the fact that a tangent is perpendicular to the radius. He's keeping that fact from Euclidean geometry, right?
Mm-hmm. So I gotta ask this. I have to. I don't mean to derail it, but Brenda, would you agree that a tangent has to touch the circle?
It touches the circle at one point. Yeah, by definition.
Okay, thank you.
Good. That's a good start.
That's how a horizontal is defined. So we've got, this is horizontal, which is also equal to a tangent.
There you go. A horizontal is a tangent.
Yeah, in Rumpus's definition. This is Rumpus's axioms
right.
of Rumpusometry. This is Rumpus's globe model.
No.
Not your globe model.
Bev,
Rumpus's globe model. Rumpus has done all of this work, Brenda. Not you. Rumpus.
No, Bev, you're wrong.
I just wanted
Bev.
to clear up.
Everybody except for you. Everybody knows this except for you.
I just want to clear up. I asked you that a tangent touches the circle at 1.1
Yeah,
only.
yeah, it
You
does.
agree with that? I didn't ask
Yeah.
anything about a tangent being a horizontal. I just asked about the
Yeah,
tangent.
a horizontal line.
No, that's
is
not what I asked.
perpendicular, right?
No, I was just asking about just the tangent touches
Yeah.
it.
The
1 point
tangent, as you can see, horizontal equals
No,
tangent.
it's not what I asked.
Horizontal equals tangent.
No.
In
I
Rumpus
just
is
need you
saying
to say
yes.
that. I just need you to.
Horizontal equals tangent. And
Okay,
they
Brenda.
Okay.
And now, please.
They both touch the circle there at 1 point.
Yeah, there in Rumpus's diagram. Yes. Now we can go on.
No, this is everybody understands this except for you.
Everybody definitely understands that a tangent touches the circle at 1 point and 1 point only, and that point it will be perpendicular to the radius.
And horizontal is defined as perpendicular.
Okay. Let's all.
I'm
Everybody
not-
keep
that in mind.
In mind. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And the example showing isn't correct.
Well, to reality, but I mean, Rumpus is setting out his new rules. Yeah.
No, according to the tangent, because like you say, when you look at it, it is actually cutting it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not. But I mean, we can't blame Rumpus for his shoddy workmanship and unknowing of geometry, really, can we?
Right, okay, so we've got some basic concepts sorted out here. So what's the elevation of this point A? Well, this is the length of the radius. That's the radius of the Earth. Now, normally, obviously, when we're dealing with elevations, we're talking about them on maps and things. We talk about them being relevant to mean sea level. But that's only because it'd be incredibly awkward to say your elevation is, 630, because this radius is 6,391 kilometers or whatever it is. And so, and also, of course, because of the oblate nature of the Earth, you have to use the water. You have to do it really. It's much more sensible to do it to mean sea level because of the oblate nature. But you can fundamentally think conceptually, the elevation is relevant to the center of the Earth. So,
see again here, the mean sea level is established because it's easier to do it from 1 point per landmass. Otherwise, you end up with indiscrepancies whenever you get to meet each other. These things where they meet. So that's why we do it in reality, mean sea level. Just a point that you give 0 on a vertical datum. It's just a point. In reality. And you don't add anything onto it. You start off at 0. In reality. Rumpus is talking about his model again.
the elevation of point A is the radius of the Earth. Right, that's a point A. Oh, but what is the elevation of a point here? Let's just go to a random point here, B. What would be the elevation of that, do you think? Well, I'll just make sure we've got the exact point we're talking about. So let's pick on a random point here. Give it that little arrow. And say, what is the elevation of that point? Right, okay. So, I'm not going to insult. Well, I don't know if before I tell people, do you want perhaps Farmers or Blue want to say what the elevation, how it's going to compare with the elevation at A?
Genius. What is the elevation of a point on a horizontal line? I like it. Does it depend on what do you reckon, Brenda? Does the elevation of a point on a horizontal line depend on how far away it is from the center?
From the horizontal, its elevation would be a line that was perpendicular to the horizontal to
No way.
point B.
What, perpendicular? Sorry?
To that horizontal.
A perpendicular. The height of the horizontal at that point.
Well, if by elevation we mean from the horizontal line that is established there, what is the height of B? What is the elevation of B from that horizontal? Yeah, you'd have to connect B to perpendicular from that horizontal line.
Are you sure?
Well, unless you meant what is it?
It's measured on the vertical datum. So where's the vertical at that point? It can't be perpendicular to that horizontal, can it?
Well, then if you're measuring from that, then you would draw another line connecting B to the center of the Earth there, and then its elevation would simply be the distance it is from the circumference of that circle.
So why he put this this new point on this horizontal, not new horizontal, this horizontal?
Oh, that's the problem with perpendicular to vertical, because if we follow Rumpus's rules for this diagram, that line going from the center of the circle out through point B there isn't going to be perpendicular to horizontal, which
Not
of course
that horizontal anyway.
No, you just draw a new. You just draw a new line.
A new line where? Just anywhere. Just random.
From the
And this new line would be how it would be named?
It would be vertical.
Would it have a new horizontal?
Yes, it would.
So you wouldn't be measuring from the horizontal at that point. You would be measuring what, a height up from a, I don't know, like what exactly? How would you measure the elevation of that point of that horizontal on that line? Where would you do that?
If I want to know the elevation of the point B above the circumference of the circle, then I would draw a radius, a straight line connecting B to the center of the circle.
That's handy.
And then it would have to be perpendicular at the surface of and continue on to the center. And then its elevation would be its distance from the circumference to point B. If that's what we're doing, unless we're measuring its elevation above the horizontal at A.
It doesn't make any sense for me because we have this original point which is marked above this point A. And
who's tilting their head?
Yeah, the point at A is at 0 elevation.
Come on, admit it. Who's tilting their head to try and work out what the fuck's going on here?
For me, it doesn't make any sense to drawing any horizontals here because they are not needed. So
you do realise, Brenda, that in reality, a measured distance from the established horizontal plane is what we call an elevation change.
Okay, so if you're measuring the elevation of B from the horizontal line, then it would need
be on the horizontal line. It wouldn't have an elevation change at all.
No, it's clearly not on the horizontal.
I think that's what he's done. He's drawn it on the horizontal line.
Oh, okay.
Oh, what?
I thought the letter B was the point.
No, he's got it. We've got an arrow pointing to the point on the horizontal, hasn't he?
Okay, I'm sorry. So that would be at 0 elevation.
Nice. We can carry on then.
It's the same as point A, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can carry on.
Yeah, it's the same elevation. If that
0 elevation change on that horizontal. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't understand.
Indeed, indeed. So of course we can determine that by saying, right, what's this? There's the length of the line there. Right, so that's the elevation because it's the distance of B, and let's compare that with what we had.
Oh, he's
so
got some new
check how big
tools.
it
He's
is
been
by just
doing
doing a
well,
comparison.
hasn't he?
Duplicate, and you can see here that if we compare the two, yes, point B, although it's on the same horizontal as A, it's got a different elevation.
How about that?
Oh no, Brenda.
Oh, did you not get the memo, Brenda? The globe.
No, I told you. I told you.
You were thinking you were a flat earther for a minute, weren't you?
No, I told
You thought a horizontal was meant a zero elevation change.
Stop interrupting. I told you it would depend on where you're measuring from.
You said there would be a zero elevation change on the horizontal.
If
Don't
that's
be going
what
back on us now. Just because your blue's showing you up, you didn't understand globe geometry like Rumpus is dictated to.
I said if you're measuring from the horizontal, it would be at 0. But if you're measuring from the center of the Earth, it wouldn't be.
Oh, that's a quick change. I didn't hear you say
not
that.
a
I didn't
change.
say you
That's
say
not
that
a
before.
change. That's not a change. That's what I said
It's a good
before.
job this is live, Brenda, because then we'll be able to go back over it. We'll do it afterwards, right?
No, I
just
told
if you ever want to go back and check that what you just actually said.
Did I say that you would draw a line from the center that would be perpendicular to the surface again, a second radius?
No, I thought as soon as you found out that point B was on the horizontal, you said there would be a zero elevation change.
Did I say that you would draw a new vertical?
No,
I said that.
you
Yes, I
said
did.
that you said that on that same horizontal tangent line, this point B would be at the same elevation on that.
That's
No,
what
I said.
You said that.
I said that you would draw a new vertical.
No, you didn't. You just said
No, you
the same
didn't. You
horizontal.
said that
Yes,
it would
I
be
did.
the same elevation on that horizontal line.
told
You
you.
said that.
Can we
Scroll
get
up.
on with Rumpus's thingy? Because just because Blue showed you up because you didn't understand Rumpus's globe model.
Amazing.
It is. But it's still horizontal with respect to A. But if you wanted to take that point by itself, it's actually got a different elevation to A. And what's more, we can then do this other thing which causes incredible confusion. We can say, what is the tangent? Because this point B defines a new position, a new radius in effect, a new distance from the centre of the Earth, we can say that it's got its own tangent. Now this is where this confusion about multiple tangents comes from. And this is what F.E. Dogma was basically doing in his diagram. So the tangent, you can argue, for this point, because we know it's a radius, that means it's defining a 3D surface, which means it's defining a 2D circle, which means we can define a tangent to it, because quite often one of the arguments used against, has been used in the past by Bev and these other flatties, is that you can't have a tangent to a point, but it's not a point.
There's other flatties. I hope
He
he's
said-
not
He done-
calling me a flatty or anybody else. Like, does he say?
Oh, you are.
Something
You are,
about
Bill.
tang.
Hang
No,
on,
no,
hang
wait
on,
a
hang
minute.
on,
Wait,
hang
no, Rob, don't get involved at the minute. This
Okay, I'll
this
shut
is
up.
about a tangent, right, Brenda?
Well, you are a flat earther, Bev.
Yeah,
you
but
are.
I'm not a flat earther. But he's talking about
you
a
are.
tangent. He's talking about flat earthers not understanding what a tangent is. I think.
But did he say at the end of his statement that you cannot have tangent to a point or at a point? Can you?
Yeah, we're going to go over it. But yeah, I can see what's coming. And I just want to make this clear about what Rumpus says.
Well,
We can determine that by saying, right, what's this? There's the length of the line there. Right, so that's the elevation because it's the distance. What's more, we can then do this other thing which causes incredible confusion. We can say, what is the tangent? Because this point B defines a new position, a new radius in effect, a new distance from the centre of the Earth, we can say that it's got its own tangent. Now this is where this confusion about multiple tangents comes from. And this is what F.E. Dogma was basically doing in his diagram. So the tangent, you can argue, for this point, because we know it's a radius, that means it's defining a 3D surface, which means it's defining a 2D circle, which means we can define a tangent to it, because quite often one of the arguments used against, has been used in the past by Bev and these other flatties, is that you can't have a tangent to a point, but it's not a point. It's
You say you can't have a tangent to a point. Yeah, damn right you can't have a tangent to a point.
Correct, but you can have a tangent to that line.
Tangent to a line.
Did you just say correct that you can't have a tangent to a point, Brenda?
To just a point in just out there? Yeah. How would you define it?
Okay. Does Rumpus know?
I'll just duplicate, and you can see here that if we compare the two to A. But if you wanted to take that point by itself, it's actually got a different elevation to A. And what's more, we can then do this other thing which causes incredible confusion. We can say, what is the tangent? Because this point B defines a new position, a new radius, in effect, a new distance from the centre of the Earth, we can say that it's got its own tangent. Now, this is where this confusion about multiple tangents comes from. And this is what F.E. Dogma was basically doing in his diagram. So the tangent, you can argue, for this point, because we know it's a radius, that means it's defining a 3D surface, which means it's defining a 2D circle, which means we can define a tangent to it, because quite often one of the arguments used against, has been used in the past by Bevan and these other flatties, is that you can't have a tangent to a point, but it's not a point. This point is defining an elevation. If we treat it as an elevation, it's got a radius associated with it of a sphere. And so let's have a look at that sphere. In fact, let's get this sphere, circle we're dealing with, and you can see there. And I'll make it a different color.
He actually did it. I was hoping he would do that.
It's just expanded the circle. He's not drawn another one. That's why he has a dark green one, because then you can't see the bit underneath. It's inventive, that, isn't it, Brenda? Can't just have it floating out there and have it as a tangent when it's floating on its own. Oh no.
Just that colour there, actually, I think I want to change, yes.
Oh, look at that colour change.
Right.
Ooh, hey.
So,
oh my Lord.
Point B is defining effectively a new conceptual sphere. And as you can see, the extra size. And it's got this new radius. And so a tangent, and we can then draw a tangent to that.
Are you happy with that, Brenda? Does that sound good? I mean, you can't just have it to a tangent out in a point, out in space. Nowhere, can you? I mean, how would you define it?
Exactly. Right. If you have a blank sheet of paper and you just put a point on it, how would you draw a tangent?
Well, if you make a horizontal line and put a point along that horizontal line, how would you make it a tangent point?
Oh, that would be easy. You just draw a perpendicular.
Just draw a circle to it.
No, you just draw a perpendicular to it.
What?
What? A perpendicular to what?
To the line.
No, he just extended the circle out to the point. He didn't do a perpendicular. Yeah. Where's the perpendicular? Which is the perpendicular to this?
90 degrees.
No, this.
No.
It's 90 degrees to this. Here.
To this, I don't see your cursor.
I must have heard you wrong, right? Because you said if you draw a horizontal line and put a point to it, how can you call that a tangent point? Well, and then you answered by saying just draw a perpendicular through it. Like, then you have two perpendicular lines. There's no tangent involved.
Yeah, tangent would be to a curve. Yeah, you're correct. My mistake. Tangent is to a curve.
And how did he get the curve there, Brenda?
Because he has a radius.
No, he just extended the circle.
Yeah.
Yes, he extended circle. So this horizontal line is not a tangent line anymore. It is chord.
Yep.
It is chord.
No, he's not.
No, the original tangent isn't now a tangent because it's cutting that circle at 2 points. Isn't it?
So this is just for the purposes of creating a tangent at B.
Yeah, it's just for the purposes of making a circle there. I mean, you could have drawn any circle there, couldn't he?
This is not tangent line under B. Sorry, you are mistaken. This is not tangent line at B, at point B. Sorry.
He's going to draw a tangent at B.
Okay, I can draw it without this
Step
ridiculous.
Step one, draw a circle, right? At point B. So the circle touches point B. Right? That's step one. Right, Brenda?
Well, the step
because
one
there was no circle there before, and you agreed you can't have a tangent at a point just anywhere, can you? Because that's ridiculous. What would you refer it to?
Yeah, and Rumpus said that also.
Mm-hmm. So what Rumpus did was he extended the circle to it.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Because we have different circle, and this horizontal tangent line is not anymore tangent line. That's why we have different drawing.
What's wrong with that?
Because he's got it wrote there. Horizontal equals tangent. Well, if that's a horizontal, it's now not a tangent.
No, it's horizontal at point A. But at point B, we're going to draw a new horizontal to a new tangent line.
But it's not a tangent at A anymore, is it?
No, it is. It is a tangent at A.
How?
It is not, and it is not even tangent at B.
The tangent is at the inner circle.
Neither is it perpendicular to vertical in its own rules.
Yeah. That's a problem, isn't it?
What if you had put that point B like super far away from this first circle?
He does have that one there, the vertical equals radial. That is that one at B, and then he's got one that says horizontal equals tangent, and those two are crossing each other, aren't they? Yet Rumpus says that vertical and perpendicular to horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, and those where the horizontal tangent and the vertical radial meet are not perpendicular by Rumpus's own rules.
Yep.
Yeah, they are.
They are what?
That's not a right angle, Brenda. Don't be silly.
So the line label
redefining perpendicular now.
Perpendicular is to a line.
A vertical and horizontal are perpendicular, but they're not perpendicular unless you want to redefine perpendicular. Those horizontal and that vertical by Rumpus's diagram and Rumpus's words, they are not perpendicular unless you want to redefine perpendicular as well. Seems like you've redefined vertical and you've redefined horizontal. Why not have a go at perpendicular too?
Perpendicular just means 90 degrees to any...
That's not 90 degrees. That's then prove Rumpus is wrong.
No, it's 90 degrees at A. It's 90 degrees at A, isn't it? Isn't it? It's 90 degrees at A, isn't it? Is it 90 degrees at A, Bev?
Well, I don't know. Nobody's measured it.
No. You don't know?
I don't know. Do you know? Do you know? He's not put any right angles there. I haven't got
90 degrees. It's 90 degrees
who knows
at
with Rumpus?
It's 90 degrees at A, Bev. It's 90 degrees. Don't pretend you don't understand.
But it has to be 90 degrees at B also. And
no, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be 90 degrees at B.
There you go.
According to Rumpus's rules, yeah.
If it is on the same line, it has to be 90 degrees.
No, it doesn't. You're just wrong.
It has to be.
Do you want to check that out there? I've just done a picture for you, just in case you don't know what you're looking for. It's that point there where that vertical and that horizontal touch. Now,
we don't see anything anymore,
they perpendicular, Brenda?
We don't see anything anymore, Bab.
In the live chat, Brenda. I've come into the live chat. Everyone else can see the live chat. There's a picture I've put in there so everybody can see what it is. Can you see where I've underlined horizontal equals tangent and vertical equals radial, which is Rumpus's rules in Rumpus's geometry for Rumpus's globe model geometry. Now, Rumpus said earlier that horizontal and vertical, obviously, are perpendicular. Are those two lines, the horizontal and the vertical, are they perpendicular at the bit I've put a oblate spheroid around?
No, they're not.
Okay. So that's not what Rumpus says by Rumpus's own rules.
That's false. That's false. The line at A that is tangent at A is perpendicular to the radius.
But not at B.
Yeah,
Which
so
you've
what?
got vertical and horizontal that by Rumpus's rules say they're perpendicular. They are not perpendicular in Rumpus's picture.
It's not Rumpus's rules. So at line...
They're not Rumpus's rules. Yeah, he wrote them down.
So you're just wrong.
No,
so at A...
Brenda, this is ridiculous.
There we go,
He wrote
At
it down.
At A, the line is... The tangent line is perpendicular to the line radius.
Perpendicular to vertical, it says.
At point A, but at point B, it is not. So, but he's using the same line, allegedly, to prove he's going back to the point A and point above this point A.
Yes, but he's drawn a new radius, a new vertical, which he will construct
Which
a tangent.
is not perpendicular to the horizontal.
That's correct. That's correct. It is not perpendicular to the horizontal at A. Congratulations.
Oh, Blue Marble says, this is great. You're going to look like a real jackass if you let this video play another 5 minutes. You know what I reckon? I reckon Rumpus is going to draw another line so he can have it perpendicular.
He's going to draw. He's going to draw. He's already drawn another vertical.
Yeah.
At B.
Yeah.
And then at B, he's going to construct a tangent. And that tangent will be horizontal.
Right, but it won't be perpendicular to the one at A, will it?
Of course not.
Why he is using this point B, going back to the original point? Why? For what?
Because that's
to
how
make it perpendicular.
I can't believe he just extended the circle too.
Because gravity defines what is vertical.
Yeah.
This is just the geometry.
45-degree angle of vertical.
Geometry in gravity defines vertical.
I'd like to say that it wasn't gravity that defined vertical, it was Rumpus. He said it was going to be a radius. Like, gravity doesn't say that vertical's a radius. A radius is a radius. A law of identity. Vertical's vertical. A radius is a radius. You get mixed up if you start fucking about with things.
Yeah, Rumpus just said down has to do with gravity in his rules.
I'm sure that you get confused rather easily.
Well, I'm definitely not here. I think I'm the one. Brenda, that's sort of saying perpendicular, vertical, and horizontal, like always.
So, Bev, this is what's the horizontal at A is not perpendicular to the vertical at B. But
horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, though, right?
What?
Horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, though, aren't they? In reality, right?
Horizontal is perpendicular to a vertical.
Yeah.
And at point B, you have a vertical line going to the center, and that line that is constructed there that is a tangent is perpendicular to that line. But to a different line, a different vertical, you construct a new tangent, which will be a new horizontal, which will be perpendicular to the new vertical line.
Yeah, if you don't have a perpendicular, then just draw a new one, right? If you don't have a tangent, then just extend the circle.
Yeah, there's tangents at every point on the circle, and they're all different from each other.
Yeah.
How many circles do you need to keep this going?
Why Rumpus is extending the circle? Can you answer this
He
Brenda?
extended the circle so that he could construct a tangent at B.
Okay,
yeah, just so
but
he could construct a tangent.
I
He
ca-
wanted
I
a
ca- I ca-
tangent
I
there.
ca- I can construct a tangent at B without extending or diminishing or
You
whatever.
can't. No, you can't.
I can
No,
just draw a circle and draw a tangent line to this. Nothing more.
Yeah, it's just
no,
random circle.
So you're saying that you would draw a circle in order to construct a tangent, wouldn't you?
You have to.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
we are-
Paper was saying he didn't need a circle to draw a tangent.
Yes, I said that you need one only, but already Rumpus has drawn 2 circles, one smaller and one bigger.
Yes, in order to construct a tangent at B.
So this point B wasn't on the circle.
It's
It
not
was-
on the original circle. No, it's elevated. It has an elevation above the circle.
Okay, so we now have because we are talking about spherical Earth. So this Earth is going bigger and bigger.
No,
No.
this is just this is a construction. He's constructing a tangent there.
Yes,
Yeah, he
he's
called it
constructing-
conceptual.
But he
Yes.
said at the beginning that this is representation of globe Earth. So
Yeah,
he's just conflating Earth
No,
more
the
and
green
more.
part is still the green part is still green. That's Earth.
There's a trap. Brenda's led us into a trap here. Well done,
that's-
Brenda. This is genius. Have you seen what Wally's been doing as well? Put that
just
on
seen it.
screen.
Generally, I like Where's Wally, but I haven't been following him recently. But he usually does really good stuff.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Nice.
Yeah.
He's pretty good at getting you confused.
He's got a twin tangent, hasn't he? Is he helping FE Dogma out with his twin tangents? I hope so.
I'm really interested why both you, Brenda, and Rumpus in his video that we're going over, you used the word confused, like you want to put that in other people's head that they are confused. I'm really curious to
No, you
hear
are.
that.
It's not gaslighting, right? This is how everybody else understands this. You, in this server and the small group, the very small group of flat earthers like you, do not
we're
understand.
Not, Brenda,
the
we're not flat earthers. It's definitely not flat. If there is one thing we are absolutely certain of, Brenda, it's not flat.
What's the shape of the Earth, Bow?
Don't know, Brenda. But it's definitely not flat.
Is the line from your feet to the horizon a straight level line?
We're just going over Rumpus's video, right?
Sat in my house, I haven't got a clue.
Is that a flat plane defined by the horizon?
Is
that
what a flat plane? Horizontal. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Yes. Right. Is that going to be? Let's carry on with this. But we're not flat earthers, Brenda.
The consequence of that claim by you makes you a flat earther.
What? Because all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yes, that would only be true on a flat Earth.
Well, that's a dictionary definition and from mathematics.
No, BB already proved that you were wrong.
I doubt it. I doubt
no,
it.
you didn't understand it.
All horizontals, I'll say it again, Brenda. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, except they're clearly not. And Where's Wally in his diagram shows you a horizontal that is not parallel to the other horizontal. Isn't that right?
Wally's
Wally's diagram.
Wally's just drawn some
Wally-
pictures and
yeah.
labeled them horizontal. Yeah.
Yes, he drew a tangent at B, and that tangent is horizontal, and it is not parallel.
No, they're
with the
Rumpus's
tangent
rules
at A.
of horizontal.
It is not
Rumpus
parallel
says
to
that
the tangent at A.
horizontals are tangents. They're not really.
It is not parallel to A.
That's not what a tangent, horizontal is in reality.
That's what a horizontal is. Any line that is perpendicular to another line. That's horizontal.
Perpendicular to
That just made it worse.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
Are you aware, Brenda, also that Wally has another diagram where he has labeled the circumference horizontal?
Yeah, Wally's a confused
Sure.
guy. I'd watch.
Yeah, very
Yeah,
confused.
that's a third tangent, which defines a third horizontal line.
No, you probably didn't hear me right. He's labeled the actual circumference of the circle horizontal in a
Yes,
separate
I see
diagram.
that. I see that. It's in pink.
No, in a separate diagram, not in this one. In another one he's done. In this one, he's drawn straight line tangents and labeled those horizontal. But in another diagram, a separate one, he's labeled the actual circumference of the circle horizontal.
Yeah, I see the one where there's the pink line.
Like the curved x-axis that Ruhif was talking about.
Yeah, I don't see that one, so I don't know what you're talking about. But in the,
No,
in
I
the
can go
one
and
here,
find it if you want, but I don't think it's relevant. I just
You can see what's
want to
coming.
continue watching
nobody
Rumpus.
cares. So I don't know why you would bring it up.
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause
Let's-
just to make- yeah.
Let's see the trap that Rumpus is set out for us, should we?
Yes.
Don't know if I'm playing that.
And this is
Blues
exactly
watching.
what F.
Blues
Dogman
requested
did.
it.
Exactly.
This is exactly what he did.
And so there you are. So we now have point A and point B. And we have two, what we're going to call them tangents, because every elevation, every different elevation creates a new circle, which means we can then define a new tangent. So when we're talking about these...
See, he's going to make new circles at every elevation, Brenda. That's good, isn't it?
other
I like
tangents, which is what Effie Dogma was referring to, he was referring to the tangent for that elevation. And as you can see here, every elevation has a new tangent, has a different tangent. And if they're in different places...
Oh, so every place has an intersection point of tangents. Every new elevation has an intersection point of tangents. Is that right, Brenda?
Yep. New tangent. Every point, let me go back to this diagram.
Yeah.
If you look at this diagram here.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, you could also have on that, go back to your previous diagram. Yeah, you could, on your original radius line there, if you can extend that out and have another tangent up there as well.
Oh, yes. Look, because if you extend that out there, then that's not perpendicular to that one. So you'd have to make another one, wouldn't you? It could keep going forever, that, couldn't it? I like it.
Just keep making circles.
Yeah.
Our globe is growing up.
Yeah. Yeah, you can do that whenever. Just put a new
The
circle
globe is
there.
not growing up. The globe is not growing up. These are just construction. These are just construction lines.
Yeah, but you said earlier you can't have a tangent if there's no curve. Otherwise,
Right,
you're
so you
just
just-
making perpendiculars to lines.
So you just extend, right, the circle to that point.
No, you just deal with perpendiculars in reality. You don't need to make new tangent points to make new things. Like, that's not the way it works. In reality, I'm sorry. Yeah, I keep getting carried away. In reality, that doesn't, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about Rumpus's model here, aren't we? I keep getting mixed up.
Which would be parallel to the first tangent you drew, but only along that radial line.
Where did you want me to draw this blue? Sorry, I didn't
Oh, you
quite
don't
catch
have
that.
to. No, you don't have to do that. But
Oh, it would be parallel. Would you agree with that, Brenda? Parallels? Not too sure about that.
I'm just pointing out that, that first radius you drew, can extend vertically as long as you stay along that same line, that same radial, to a new elevation, and you've got a second tangent point.
Absolutely.
And that tangent point that tangent line at that point would define a line that's parallel to the first tangent that you drew.
He's putting another one on there.
That's the only place you can have that happen, unless you go antipodal to the other side of the Earth, and then you can have another parallel one.
So,
the only place you can have a perpendicular horizontal is up from, or I don't know.
Elevation 2.
Elevation 2. Look at that, all the way
this
up
one
there.
here, A. We call this. In fact, we call this point C.
Let's call it C.
Point C. So C has elevation 2. Point B. We'll call that elevation 3 actually. Elevation 3. B has elevation 2. And A has elevation 1.
Beautiful.
Yes, it's always good to get things in threes, isn't it? Because that makes the hammers home the point. Now,
look at that. I mean, if you want to keep a well-kept drawing to show everybody what perpendicular is, then I'm pretty sure that covers all of the bases, doesn't it? I like it. Are we at the bit yet, Blue? Wait 5 minutes. Are we there? Or is it coming, the punchline? I think you'll be so pissed off when this comes. Brenda's trap.
what we can also do is we can say, well, actually, this green line I've got here, that is effectively LIGO. This line here that I've got in green.
Uh-oh. Which one?
Oh, no.
He's doing it,
There
isn't
we
he?
go.
Which one's LIGO? I need to keep an eye on this.
Let's make it a bit thicker.
Oh, he's just making it bigger. Oh.
Give it a different colour. We'll call it. I'll give it a LIGO colour, a bit of a mucky brown or something. That we can say is LIGO.
Nice. Look at that. Looks just like it, doesn't it? Did the colour and everything. You should do this more often, Blue. I'm loving it. We've been missing out on these.
Where'd be gone? That one there.
LIGO. Look,
So
he's even
there is
labelling
LIGO.
it.
It's straight.
Nice.
It has an elevation of 1 at A. It has an elevation 2 at B. And all the points between A and B have different elevations. So if we were to draw a graph...
So he says there's a horizontal that has different elevations. Now, you can tell it's not reality because, I mean, we established the elevation change from the horizontal in reality.
That would be the case here. This
He
is
says
reality.
the elevations are all different along it.
Of course they would be. You can see it.
You can see what? That the elevations are different in a horizontal in reality.
From
They're
A
not.
to B.
They're the same. It's a zero elevation change in reality. A
Yeah.
horizontal.
On the line that's labeled LIGO. From LIGO.
Yeah, no, I'm saying just this is how you know
Yeah,
this
make
is
sure you
not
interrupt me.
reality.
Yeah, I was about to make a point, so it's
Go on
important
then.
that you interrupt.
Off you go
Right.
on
So every point from A to B on the line, on the brown line, has a different elevation, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And yet it's still straight.
But yeah, but that's what I said. You can tell this isn't reality because
that is
in
reality.
Don't interrupt me, Brenda. That's very rude. In reality, an zero elevation change is a horizontal line. So the elevations
that's false.
are not different along it in reality.
That's
only
false,
on
Bob.
Rumpus's picture.
That's false, Bob. That's
On
false.
Rumpus's picture,
No, it's false. What you said, that in reality, on a horizontal, every point has the same elevation, and that's just not true.
yeah, in reality, we establish a vertical change from a horizontal. plane.
No, that's
Yeah.
not how we're establishing elevation here, though, is it?
No, that's what I said. This is Rumpus's picture. It doesn't relate to reality.
No, this
at
is
all.
reality.
No, this is
reality.
No,
This is reality.
Rumpus has defined his own fucking axioms to start off with.
Every elevation has its at every point along that line, you can establish a new radius, which will give you a new elevation.
I'm only doing this asking so Blue can get a bit of content. He's struggling a bit. So well done, Blue. Blue's going to go over this. So make sure you do your best blowing your smoke up Blue's arse, because you'll get a video out of this, Brenda. He's gonna go over it.
Yeah. So every point from A to B on LIGO on the line there has a different elevation, as defined as a vertical line connecting that point to the center of the Earth.
Rise over run.
Yeah, you understood that, didn't you?
Rise over run.
No, you understood what I said, didn't you?
I've not got a clue, Brenda. I wasn't listening.
So you didn't understand that every point from A to B.
You're just talking, Brenda. I mean, we're trying to go over a video of Rumpus here.
So
and I know it is Model Affliction Monday. Yeah,
you gotta pretend.
I'm
that you don't
hoping there's
understand.
somebody out there that's listening to you. Hopefully there is. There's 45 people
pretend.
watching.
Yeah,
I'm
gotta
sure
pretend
somebody.
you
Can we
don't-
have a chat in there who's actually listening to what Brenda's saying?
Yeah, you got to pretend you don't understand. I understand that.
You are confusing a horizontal line, which is baseline in triangle, right angle triangle. You are confusing with hypotenuse. Hypotenuse
I
has.
don't see any hypotenuse or baseline here at all. I don't know what you're talking
If
about.
you are drawing horizontal line, and,
I just see tangents.
if you have drop from this at vertical distance, you can create hypotenuse, which has this line. Hypotenuse has horizontal distance and vertical drop also.
Yeah, that's not how you
But
define.
this is not horizontal line.
That's not how you define vertical. That's not how you define horizontal.
Yes, that's why hypotenuse has both distances.
Yeah.
In it.
That's not how you define horizontal and vertical in this diagram.
Of course not. I'm just saying that you cannot have horizontal line with vertical drop. Sorry.
In this diagram, vertical is every radii.
Yeah, we get that, Brenda. I get it. Rumpus has wrote it down as his rules, but you can't help us, or you can't stop us from relating this to reality, which is what we do. No, this is Rumpus's drawing. Relate it to Rumpus's drawing, right? I will relate it to reality and point out the differences.
No, it is reality. This is diagramming how things work on the globe Earth.
Sorry, but we have two globe Earth here now, not one.
No, we don't. It's just one.
Well, which one is it?
One smaller and one bigger.
No,
pick which one you want.
They're not. Those aren't two Earths. They're just. It's just a line to help us construct a perpendicular at point B.
Tangent.
Yeah, you don't need a circle to construct a perpendicular like that.
Tangent also.
You need a curve.
No, tangent.
Or a perpendicular, no.
Yeah, to construct the tangent at
tangent.
B.
There you go, Brenda. Now, don't get mixed up between perpendicular and a tangent.
No, they're in this diagram. They're the same thing.
Oh.
No, so smaller Earth and bigger Earth are the same.
Those are not Earths, paper. Those are not Earths.
No, they're just circles. Don't call them Earths. They're just circles. It's Rumpus's drawing, right?
Yeah,
Rumpus is talking about redefining vertical and horizontal around his drawing of a circle.
Yes, but
he doesn't define it. Gravity defines what's vertical is.
Brenda, but you said that this is reality. So we have two spheres and two tangents to two different spheres.
To be honest, Brenda,
for you, this is reality.
To be honest,
No,
Brenda, he has put LIGO on there. The LIGO isn't a geometric term for circles, is it? He might have been relating that to the Earth by calling it LIGO. So he was calling it Earth, right? Not his drawing.
The line is labeled LIGO, not the Earth.
No, I know. So he was relating it to Earth, like reality, because LIGO, that's where LIGO exists, right?
Now, this is why we have diagrams. They represent.
Yeah, but he's just drawn vertical and horizontal like that, and that's not in reality. That's not the same thing.
It is, Bev.
It's not.
It is.
It's not.
It is. Gravity defines what is vertical.
Where's gravity on a circle, Brenda?
On the sphere, gravity defines vertical.
On drone sphere is gravity, or in your reality?
Like a ball. Does a ball have its own gravity?
Very, very small, but yes.
Okay, so does vertical on a ball change to the center of the ball?
If you can eliminate any other forces, yes.
Like vertical and horizontal from reality.
Yeah, if you had just a small steel ball floating out in space, then yeah. And you say you're not a flat earther.
What? Just because I think it's a bit funny that you said if you just had a steel ball floating in space.
Yeah, so
that was how you were going to describe vertical and horizontal, was it?
Then on that steel ball, gravity would define vertical and horizontal.
That's
well,
nice.
Rumpus didn't define it like that in his drawing.
Mm-hmm.
If you take
Rumpus wants to take Brenda
Brenda
wants to take Rumpus's limelight again, obviously trying to redefine Rumpus's redefinitions of horizontal and vertical.
No, he would agree with me. So if you took,
we'll get him to change his thing. Can we go through this? Because I'm quite interested in listening to what Rumpus has got to say. If you, Brenda, please do get your own presentation together. Team up with Rumpus. Do a Rumpus and Brenda double team special.
Actually, I should go. I have stuff. I have homework to do, so I should do that. This is me wasting my time.
Yeah, I'd say it definitely is.
Good
definitely.
idea.
You don't want to be round here, Brenda. Go and get your own work done.
This is Rumpus's day. Yeah.
I'm not interested. I don't even know what it is that you want to be doing with your homework.
Although this object is straight, if we were to draw a graph here, so if I were to draw a graph in here, where we had along the bottom we had distance.
Oh yes, he is. He's going to do it as well, isn't he?
And I were to plot out. Let's take point A here. So if I had point and if I put A here, and put B here, we can see that there's a change in elevation. So we have. Let's put the initial point.
This is of a horizontal line in Rumpus's.
Right, I'm going to just draw. So we have point A, and I put point B up here, so going higher. You would get a shape.
This is a horizontal line. Shape.
That look like this. Oops, look a bit.
Is he?
Well, the elevation's going up from A to B.
Yeah, I think is the.
Anybody think they know what Blue's going to say? Can you guys see that? Does that look okay for you?
This curved line at the bottom?
Yeah. For the elevation profile of his horizontal.
No way.
Yeah, first of all, a horizontal line, so that's pretty ridiculous.
That's
in
the
and of
elevation profile of a horizontal line.
Yeah.
This is a new globe thing. Get ready for it, because we've not finished with this yet.
But Ruhif and Starkadder both said that it's a concave line.
There you go. Do you reckon Blue's going to have seen Starkadder and Ruhif's elevation profiles? Because Rumpus seems to have got it wrong. Do you reckon Rumpus is going to be corrected? I hope. I hope so. Blue can correct him.
The curve that way. Wait a minute.
Blue's second guessing himself.
Yeah, let me guess.
I think the bow
no,
goes
you
the
might be
other
right,
direction.
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it does that. Actually, does that, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
Yep. Wrong curve. Yep. Wrong curve. Wrong way, Rumpus. Yep. Blue.
Yep, thanks.
Yep.
Yes, so.
Right,
have
yes.
A curve that
Well done, Rumpus. So if you're listening, Rumpus, that was live, and well done for completely ignoring your fucking mistake there. Don't bother taking it back or anything. Just, yep.
It's this straight line of LIGO. In other words, if I were to take measurements, as I did, I mean, you saw me compare the elevation for here to there, and this one.
I just have to point out again, this is the elevation profile of a horizontal line on the globe model. Although this looks like a bag of shite, it produces lines like this for horizontal elevations.
Now I understand. This is Coriolis effect. Yes, because the Earth is turning beneath this tangent line. Therefore, this is apparent deflection. So we are moving around the Earth, and due to Coriolis effect, this horizontal line has to be curved. Because we are on an inertial reference frame.
I think you're missing it.
No. Yeah, it's just an isosceles triangle, only one side of it.
In reality, they do actual plans of buildings, roads, canals, stretches of earthworks that need doing, laying pipe across the country. All of that needs to be done on an elevation profile. They need to be drawn for the people to use them. Rumpus is showing us what an elevation profile looks like on his model.
Yes,
it looks like this.
That's why I call it Coriolis effect.
Well, no, you just call it a globe elevation profile and hand it to somebody who knows something, an engineer, an architect, somebody university place.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah.
I had to step away for a minute and I came back to this.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at it, I'm going, man, I would love to hand this to a builder.
Yeah.
You know, one of the guys that actually built the thing, the structure, and go, is this how you did it?
These were the plans you worked to, right, guys? You know this is the straightest thing in the universe because it looks like this on an elevation profile.
Yes, I'm just saying that he is trying to build in Coriolis effect into this straight line. This is a joke.
Yeah, well, these elevation profiles can be taken to professional people. They'll obviously know about it more than those of us that have just done a bit of surveying, or maybe a bit of construction industry sort of stuff. Maybe some of us have done a bit of architecture work, draftsman stuff.
Oh, and where is Wally's here?
Cartographers and stuff like that, you know. They'd know about what an elevation profile looks like.
One's bigger, but it would and as it gets more and more, as it goes further and further out here, the change in as this if LIGO was to carry on, say, out to here, as you can see, the further you go along, the more dramatic the increase, and hence this is getting more and more and more. And of course, if you
right, so if it goes up, is there an upper limit to what it looks like? at this horizontal line, elevation profile?
No, there is no limit. You can draw any
There is
any
on this
circle
model.
bigger. Yes.
Look what happens here. What's the elevation going to be? It's going to drop off suddenly and then turn to infinity. What would that look like on this graph for his elevation profile of a horizontal? I don't know. I've never seen one. Be interesting to see it though. Now that I've seen it, can't get it out of my head. I'm going to have to try and get a really good one of these elevation profiles, and it needs to be shown to a professional.
If you were to plot
See
this
what
curve, it would
happens.
form a circle. So you have a curve in terms of elevation to represent a straight line. As you can see, the further you go along, the more dramatic the increase, and hence this is getting more and more and more. And of course, if you were to plot this curve, it would form a circle. So
it would what?
He need more circles, bigger circles.
It cannot form a circle. He doesn't understand the geometric functions of fucking graphs. He's inverted it and he's changed the axis. But at this point here, this point goes over here. When it gets to here, this goes to infinity and keeps going. It does not make a circle inverted. It just does not. There's a challenge for you, Rumpus. Explain to your buddies how you make that a fucking circle. How you make a tangent elevation profile into a circle. Challenge you.
you have a curve in terms of elevation to represent a straight line. And all you need to do to understand why that happens are those simple rules we've got here. Nothing else. I don't think there's anything else I've used except those four or five concepts. 4 concepts actually. Well, the three middle ones really. To get this shape, to understand why straight lines appear to be curved, to understand that all the points on a horizontal line have different elevations. And of course, if you do the revert, and the other thing, of course, to do is if you wanted to imagine this blue line I've got here.
You know, we said all points on a horizontal line. I know we're dealing in Rumpus's world here, but would they not be equal either side of the tangent point? The elevations.
Yeah, in his thing, yeah, that's why I brought up the isosceles triangle, because that's what it's going to end up with.
Well, he says all points are different, but they're not. There's always matching points equal distance away from there. And I know I'm not saying equal elevations. I'm talking about Rumpus's model here. It seems like Rumpus wants to make up a new geometry, but then not understand the fundamentals of actual geometry that he's basing it on.
That's what it's going to end up with.
Well, he says all points are different, but they're not.
Brian.
There's always
Brian,
matching points equal.
Sorry.
Was water. Then if I drew the elevation for that, so if I were to map, so this is for LIGO, and this is for the water, or the ocean or something, then this line would
Gonna hump. He's not going to have a lean on it as well, is he?
Like this.
I thought the very nature of a tangent was a straight line.
It is. Oh, look, he
Why
is.
is
He's humping it. He's humping it. Look. Is
It
it
would
like
be straight,
LIGO's got a lean
and
on
it would
it?
have a constant elevation. So, in other words, if this is mapping the water,
It's
so if you imagine
unclamped.
the blue lines, you can see the distance to the blue line.
Unclamp it,
blue
Blue.
circumference
tangent is
is
curved.
obviously.
It's an elevation profile, but think about it.
All right, I know what he's done. He's got the water, and he's straightened the water out, and then he's got this one. But I can't understand why this has got a lean on it, and the other one, the water, is straight.
Well, I know we're waiting for the big reveal, but there is one huge, glaring, obvious question. What the F did Walter Bislin do?
Yeah, well, but
Come
Walter
on,
did.
guys,
Didn't
think
we go
about it.
here? Oh, see here. Look, he straightened it out.
It would be straight, and it would have a constant elevation. So, in other
That's a bit contradictory, don't you think?
Constant elevation at straight line, but he said otherwise before.
So, in other
Yeah.
words, if this is mapping the water, so if you imagine this blue line, you can see the distance to the blue line, the blue circumference, is obviously a constant distance from the center of the Earth. It's following a circle, the circumference of a circle. It's got a constant radius. Following Rule 3, elevation is the distance from the center of the Earth. Therefore,
See, following Rule 3, he set the rules. He
Now
set
he's
the rules for
breaking them.
himself.
Yeah, is this also where you bring up the fact that...
Surely
Sorry,
people
go on.
can see this is complete nutter nonsense.
He's drawing a circle. Rumpus gets chance to draw his circles. But the problem is, like, he's trying to do geometry, but he's relating it to the globe model. This is literally globe model geometry. He's trying to blend Euclidean geometry, because I think people like W.S. Starkodder, I don't know whether Rumpus had ever done this before either. They've obviously realised spherical geometry is a load of horse shit. You can't replicate it like this. So they have to pretend that they're using Euclidean, but they still want to be using non-Euclidean at the same time. So what they're doing is they're just blending vertical and horizontal, and the confusion that they've put in this community with actual geometry.
Can I just point out we figured this out a long time ago. It's like it's like trying to it's not the best analogy, but it's like trying to play two games at the same time. You got different sets of rules, and then trying to say, yeah, let's play Monopoly and Uno at the same time.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. They started, which I thought was okay. They got a sphere with a tangent where the radius was 90 degrees to the tangent, fair enough. But then they extended the sphere. that is no longer a tangent. Like you say, that is a chord.
Or a secant, as Blue points out, right? You know, because it passes past it.
The second radial cannot be perpendicular to that tangent. It can't be, because
This is because FE Dogma did a video a year ago with LIGO with 2 points that he labelled both of them tangents. Now, I don't know how big a sway FE Dogma has within this community, but it seems like they're all fretting to try and fucking save him. Where is FE Dogma? Nobody knows. But everybody, Blue, Rumpus, Ruhif, Starkodder, even though nobody knows who he is, Wally, number 2 of the Wolf Pack. We don't know where Wolfie is. And we don't know any of the other top globe geometers. But they're all sticking up for FE Dogma. And this is the result. It's amazing.
I just hope the viewers can see through this nonsense.
Well, it's just, this is basic geometry. Once you have an understanding of basic geometry, then you'll be able to try and relate it to vertical and horizontal for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I know nothing about it, but I can see that what he's done, he's sort of covering his tracks all the time and creating his own geometry somehow. It's just ridiculous.
It's globe geometry. Don't call it ridiculous. Rumpus it's his first try. And he look at them, they all need it. They need Rumpus at the minute to come through with this geometry. So let's give him a hand.
Rumpology? No, what would that be called? Rumpusology.
Well, we don't know. We'd have to get him to name it, or the team effort, because I mean he's doing it for all of them together.
I have to ask, how much more of this till we get to the...
I'll tell you what, Bev.
I don't know. When do you think? How long do you think it takes?
This is like, I think it, for me, I haven't watched this whole video, but at this point, like looking at that, I would say it's time, but if there's more that needs to be shown,
There's
then that's fine
loads
too.
more. Let's see what this. He's got some funny lines in here, right? So he's obviously developed it a bit. I've shot it forward about 5, maybe 9 minutes, something like that. Let's have a listen to what he's saying.
Drawing a curve. He doesn't understand what a tangent is, and so let's just draw. Let's suppose I drew.
Blue, that last video you posted was like an hour and a half long, so I have to admit I didn't watch it because I can't take more than about 10 seconds of Bev.
I understand.
I don't know how you managed to stay on for an hour and a half.
I'm amazed as well.
Yeah, he took the same video last night and spent 5 hours tearing it apart.
I admit I started watching it and then I saw down.
I just put it on and let it play, right? Totally uninterrupted with no commentary out of me whatsoever. People are smart. They can look at it. They can see what he's saying. They can see where he's wrong.
Yeah, they can see what we're saying and see what we're wrong. Yeah. Just look into it yourself. Just look into geometry.
I started listening to it and then I saw it was an hour and a half long, and I'm going like, no, I cannot take an hour and a half of Bev. I just can't.
I decided to let him in his echo chamber over there.
See, Blue's doing that. We're trying to help him out with a bit of content, and Blue's taking this videos he gets from here and goes over there and does commentary on it, and everybody's telling him they don't want to listen to it. It's paralogisms all over the place. They don't want to listen to it.
Have all the fun they wanted to, but if you want to watch, if you really want to waste an hour and a half of your life, you can watch mine.
He said that, didn't he? That's his promotional stuff for his videos. Yeah. Yeah. Well done, Blue.
What he doesn't, if you remember, he doesn't think you can have a curve having a gradient. He thinks the only way of working it is a tangent. What was it? He is touching it. He doesn't understand how tangents work. And what he doesn't understand is if you zoom into a curve.
This is very reminiscent of Ranty's localized flat Earth. Do you remember?
No, Rumpus has said this many times before. In fact, we've had this out with Rumpus and proved him to be a tit, and he doesn't know what tangent was. All of that, we had him looking in the book for the definition of a tangent, and he's now going to rehash the same argument.
Yes, he is going to tell that if you focus, zoom in and zoom in more and more, this tangent line will be seemingly parallel to the circle.
And he's after a gradient at a point.
Yes. This is his old argument.
Yeah.
Line.
Eventually,
and if you do, because he doesn't understand infinitesimals. Yeah. And that means you can work out the gradient. If you know the equation of that curved line, you can work out the gradient if you know something about calculus, which Bev doesn't, of course. And of course, I asked him to work out what the curvature. I gave him a parabola. I said with a parabola, I asked him how he would work out the parabola.
You said the C word, Rumpus.
Did I?
Yes, you did.
Which C word? Curvature?
Calculus. Yeah.
Calculus. Oh.
Yeah. So if you've got, I said, if you've got an x squared function, which looks a bit like this, So that's y is equal to x squared. I asked him how he would work out what the gradient of the curve was at some arbitrary point. I said, if this is right, so if this is my curve here, and I said, obviously this is 0, 1, 2, and 3. I asked him if he could work out. So this is on the x.
Oh, this is interesting, isn't it?
So imagine this.
No.
Imagine this is the
Not really. Just imagine this isn't a thing. I bet they're all riveted with this. What Rumpus is telling them is a question for that they can ask me to catch me out, right? So if I say anything to them, about anything, they'll come up with this, because this is the thing that Rumpus has told them, that he's told me that I don't understand. And I probably said, for what fucking purpose are we doing this, Rumpus?
What the curve would be at this point here, say at 3. He had no way of doing it except by doing some trying to draw approximations graphically of where that line would be to match that curve as a tangent. He had no idea about calculus and how you would work out what that gradient of that tangent would be at 3. Didn't have any idea at all, because he doesn't know anything about calculus and about maths. He's a moron.
So the tangent does, though, definitely touch.
So that sorted that out, right? Rumpus did the thing with the graph that I don't know what that proved. Something to do with calculus.
We've already decided you can't have a tangent unless you've got a vertical.
Well, Rumpus, yeah, but like you can have a tangent wherever you want, can't you? Like in real geometry, it doesn't need to be vertical or horizontal. You can get away with just a tangent being a tangent and a radius being a radius.
Today, it seems, for some reason, it seems that this time of year brings out the really crazies, because I've heard more wild conspiracy stuff today than I've heard in a long time. And I haven't been on that long.
He's heard more conspiracy crazy stuff. Is he talking about Rumpus in Blues?
That's what
I think that he's talking about Euclidean geometry. This is very conspiratory geometry, you know.
Yeah. Rumpus talking about us.
You realize you'd stand a better chance of trying to teach Bev how to squirt angels out of his ass than you would teaching him what a derivative is.
Yeah.
No, I'd like to see you teach me how to do that. Either, both of them. Just anybody want to come down, teach us derivatives? Like actually teach us, not ask me questions. Come and teach. There's loads of people who'd love to learn. No doubt. Loads of Globers too. Come and teach. I will teach you a method to show a shared straight line segment. A proof for it. We can match each other. Proof for proof. Be great. Come and teach us how to squirt angels out me arse as well. If you want, Blue.
I mean, we can't even get these basic concepts across. There's absolutely no chance.
Yeah, there's no point in talking about calculus with those guys.
Yeah.
No. Don't even bother.
He was.
If you want.
I think he was genuinely surprised that I could tell him what that gradient would be. I mean, it's obviously for someone who's never heard of it. I think it does come as a bit of a shock that the rest of us can do these amazing things with graphs and what have you.
Amazing things with graphs and whatever.
I think
I'm not so sure the people he's talking to know about what he's talking about either.
There's a slight appreciation of just how clever maths is.
How clever maths is.
Anyway, so we've explained, I think, all of the things he was having trouble with here with this diagram. We've got straight lines appearing as curves if you deal with elevation, simply because elevation is defined as the distance effectively. I mean, although it's mean sea level, we actually use practically, but conceptually, it's the distance from the centre of the Earth. And
well done.
Straight lines can appear as curves when you map them on an elevation profile when it says, but not to the mean sea level, but we know it is to the mean sea level, but conceptually it's to the center. And that's why straight lines appear curved on elevation profiles, which they actually don't in reality. Straight lines stay as straight lines in elevation profiles. That's the strange thing about it.
Even if they're not horizontal.
Yeah, any straight line stays as a straight line in an elevation profile.
But well, which one was the elevation profile? The one on the bottom. What was that for?
Supposedly the water.
Yeah. Okay. So what did it look like?
That was straight.
Yeah. Okay. So again, I'll ask the same question I asked a few minutes ago. What the crap was Walter Bislin doing?
I don't know.
With Jesse.
It was. I think he was matching it to a picture. Yeah.
Well,
I think so.
Didn't do the same thing Rumpus is doing because he's got the water on an elevation profile showing straight.
I don't know. He's gone the other way, hasn't he? I think he's gone to show the x-axis. Which I know he's marked it as the bridge and the water and the contradictory. That's right, isn't it, Blue? Completely contradictory. Walter Bislin's hump model and all of the other straight lines like the one that Rumpus just drew.
But happy days, that's just a byproduct of this. We're still got the good stuff to go.
Yeah.
Every elevation creates a new surface, a new sphere, which has a...
Every elevation creates a new surface. No, it doesn't. That's completely ridiculous. But hey, this is Rumpus. Blue, go along with it. You have to.
Which is a surface, which means we can have a tangent to it. And that's what F.E. Dogman was referring to. He was referring to the various tangents, because point B, because it was on a straight line, had to have a different elevation, and therefore we've now got this other tangent here. So this is tangent.
He said had to, because it was on a straight line. It had to have a different.
Yes, he had to draw new circle, because on the same circle he cannot have another tangent point.
You see what Rumpus has just wrote? I'm gonna have to keep that one.
That's all.
I'm gonna have to keep that one. Get this in the video. Oh what? Copy. Right. Let me close that off.
Is he? I'm kind of confused as to what he's saying.
The problem of having to extend the circumference of the Earth to make his tangent line work. Does he not see a problem with that?
It's in that one though, right? Walter Bislin
Yeah,
measured the elevation relative to a chord, not the center of the Earth.
This keeps
He did better.
That's another one. That's a third one. That's another one. Another reference frame that you've got.
Oh, God.
And Walter Bislin measured it. Walter Bislin didn't measure anything. It's ridiculous. If this doesn't show everybody how hard the globe model's trying now, that even Rumpus is making up shit that Walter Bislin never did. It was Jesse Kozlowski drove over the bridge with a thing on his car, handed over a string of numbers to Walter Bislin.
I wonder if that thing on his car was measuring. What is it? Rumpus said the thing on his car was measured elevation relative to a chord. I guess that's how
straight.
that works.
No, it was. They were straight line. It would have been plotted as a straight line. 5.8, 5.8, 5.8.
Yeah.
Straight line.
Yeah, but I didn't know if that thing
Where's
on
the
that
chord?
car is how that works. Yeah, no, that's what I'm asking.
90 foot at the middle. Like, where's that 90 foot gone? Like, what was he measuring? Rumpus, come on.
That was a stretch, man. Even for Rumpus, that was a stretch.
We know these guys are strong. This is why you can't come and talk to us. Just have a simple conversation about how you're going to lay it out without getting upset if we spot a contradiction. Because we know there are. They're all over the place in your model. Just come and talk. I'll talk about you how we run through it in reality. How we run through a proof in geometry in reality. I'll take you through it. From concept, through the proof, and then to practical demonstration in reality. A direct replication of a geometric proof in reality. It's dead simple. Walter was using Jesse's elevation data, which was converted from elevation to relative to a chord. It was converted to relative to a chord.
I'll take the blame for that.
Oh,
sidestep.
What?
We can get back on it right now.
This is the tangent for B, in case we've forgotten this green line here. Let's give it a different colour. This is the tangent for B,
this?
and it's horizontal for B, of course.
He's writing more on
To
it.
the Earth. I mean, he was
Save him for a bit.
disputing that different elevations create different on the globe model, wasn't it? You know, even if you don't accept the globe model, you at least ought to understand that if you have if elevation is defined from the centre of the Earth, and if you have a greater elevation, then you've got a conceptual surface, a conceptual 3D surface, which we've got a cross section here, gives you a bigger circle, and therefore you've got a greater distance, and therefore the tangent is different. And if you move along that thing, you're going to get a tangent of a different. I mean, he doesn't even seem to understand these different angles of tangents. I mean, he keeps on going about horizontals being parallel, when you can clearly see from this diagram on the globe model, because these tangents are tangents to a circle, they have to have different orientations at different positions. But
Is that what we're looking at?
I haven't
What he's
got
talking
a
about?
clue. Yeah,
I think that that problem arises because every day we have a bigger globe. So I think they have to establish some committee what radius we are measuring today, because this radius is growing up every day, because tangents there are more and more tangents here, so they are everywhere. So globe is rising bigger and bigger. So I think it's they have to keep cautious.
Just looking at these numbers. 33, 66, 99, 13. These are FE Dogma's numbers.
They're all code numbers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They're FE
88.
Dogma's numbers, the same numbers that FE Dogma used.
66.
33,
23.
66, 99.
99, 30.
These are all the elevations, supposedly.
33. 88 there, look. Heil Hitler. That stands
He doesn't
for.
seem to understand that. I mean, for instance, he gets confused. When I was on there, I drew this diagram I had here with the plumb lines. He and others, this one here. Now, I drew a plumb line in here.
What?
And 70% or something of them said, you've drawn that up the wrong way. This plumb line here, this plumb bob.
Yeah,
And
now
they were amazed by me drawing this like this.
I
They
know.
said, what the hell are you doing?
I have seen that before, because people are sort when you draw it like that and you're not drawing it right at the top. Yeah, they sort of say, well, that's not vertical. Well, it is.
Exactly.
That-
What are they talking about? I don't. What's vertical?
Understand that?
The Earth's surface, that's a vertical because it's pointing towards the centre of the Earth. That's how you establish your vertical. And you establish your vertical first, and then from that you establish your horizontal. Now in Bev's world, you do it the other way round because of his insistence that the...
No.
Wrong, because...
In my reality, a plumb bob establishes a vertical and a level establishes a horizontal. You don't need one to establish the other. Never.
Yeah, they are independent completely.
And since I'm not a brickie, other than holding the rod vertical, most of the dealings was with the level, the horizontal. That's why I think in horizontal. But there are other people who work with plumb bobs more often, so they think more vertical. Some of the surveyors that I've talked to say they consider the horizontal as vertical because it's established on a vertical datum. They don't think of the horizontal. They think of it on the vertical datum because when they read the numbers on a vertical staff. That's surveyors. So I don't know what Farmer's Boy's talking about. I don't know how many surveyors he's ever talked to.
The Earth is flat, although he's not a flat earther.
Well, of course, he claimed he alternates between saying horizontal is defined by being something to do with the horizon, which of course it has absolutely nothing to do with horizon at all. If you look in a surveying book, although the etymology of the word horizontal comes from horizon, that's not how horizontal is defined. It was just, we use lots of words in different ways, and it just so happens that because the horizon looks vaguely straight, which it isn't, that people have used that and then used that term, that colloquial term, and then incorporate. But if you go and look in a textbook, a surveying textbook, they don't mention the horizon anywhere, and they define horizontal as being perpendicular to the vertical, and the vertical is defined by an auto level, which has effectively an internal plumb bob. And of course, Bev didn't.
An auto level which has an internal plumb bob. Rumpus is rambling here, but it sounds to me like he's just trying to appease a group of people. They want him to say this sort of stuff.
Yes, but this is just not true. Horizontal is this name is from horizon. That's why it is called horizontal. So he is just lying here. Sorry.
Well, that's old school, like Rumpus says. Listen to it again. You have to, I think.
I'm going to have to get gone, Bev. Night.
All right, see you later.
Good luck.
Centre of the Earth. That's how you establish your vertical, and you establish your vertical first, and then from that you establish your horizontal. Now in Bev's world, you do it the other way round because of his insistence that the Earth is flat, although he's not a flat earther.
I've never insisted that the Earth's flat. In fact, I always insist that it is not. Anybody who says that it is, I insist, and I ask them why how they deal with contradictions, because it's definitely not flat. So I don't know why Farmer's Boy keeps saying this. I suppose it might make it easier for him to imagine me as a flat earther, where I'm definitely not. If he imagines me as coming from reality, then he has to argue against reality. So it'd be much easier for him to think of me as something. I'm not a flat earther. Farmer's Boy, anytime you want to chat, I know you can't stand listening to me. I'll get a voice changer or something. Squeaky voice. Maybe. I don't know. That'd be interesting.
Nah, it would be a waste.
I know Farmer's Boy's a worthless piece of shit, but I mean, it would be good to have a conversation with him because he's always run away from it. I'd like to wonder what he thinks of a geometric proof of a shared straight line segment. See how well he goes with that.
Well, of course, he claimed he alternates between saying horizontal is defined by being something to do with the horizon, which of course it has absolutely nothing to do with horizon at all. If you look in a surveying book, although the etymology of the word horizontal comes from horizon, That's not how horizontal is defined. It was just, we use lots of words in different ways. And it just so happens that because the horizon looks vaguely straight, which it isn't, that people have used that and then used that term, that colloquial term, and then incorporate. But if you go and look in a textbook, a surveying textbook, they don't mention the horizon anywhere, and they define horizontal as being perpendicular to the vertical, and the vertical is defined by an autolevel, which has effectively an internal plumb bob. And of course, Bev didn't even understand that there was effectively an internal plumb bob inside an autolevel. He didn't understand that in a theodolite you could also get a horizontal. He thought it was amazing when George said that you could use a theodolite to get a horizontal. And because he's never used a theodolite, he's only ever used an autolevel. And of course, he doesn't have the imagination to think beyond the things he's actually found in his room, in his bedroom, or he's touched and used. He can't accept that a theodolite can create a horizontal. I mean, the guy...
Yes. Well, I go along with that. Like, if I've never used anything, I wouldn't have the imagination to imagine that I have used it and that I do know anything about it. Unlike Rumpus, who seems to have the imagination that he can have everything and used everything. I know Rumpus hasn't even looked through an auto level at Bedford where he's doing his test. For a fact, I know that. If Rumpus wants to show you some video that he's took from an auto level, that'd be interesting. Is Rumpus still listening? No, there's only 30 odd people watching now. They've had enough. Rumpus, if you're doing your test, let's see some of your videos of all of your stuff first.
Guy is an A1 moron, and if he's demonstrates an A1, he's a moronic level of intellect on simple things that are not controversial, that clearly means he's an idiot. And if he's an idiot, he can't be doing what you claim him to be doing, Farmers. He's an idiot underneath, all the way down. It's idiocy all the way down.
Sure, it's not turtles. No, I agree with you. The guy is an idiot, but I still think he's playing a game, and he knows full well he's playing a game.
I think he's trying to play a game.
And it's got him attention, and it's got him people who look up to him as if he knows what he's talking about. Boom, go.
It's got me attention. What? It's got a load of people slagging me off for saying basic geometric facts.
It's a projection. They are projecting. They are doing.
This is all they ever do.
Yes, and now they are accusing you of what they are actually doing at the time.
I don't know how much further we're going to go with this. Oh, hey, wait a minute.
That's a tactic. Always accuse your opponent of what you're doing. It's done in war propaganda, especially.
Yeah. Yes. This is pure projection, real-time projection.
Or all have a 4-foot rise in them, or drop or slope. What I should say.
Yeah, you can see on one. Yeah, you can see on one of them how the concrete stanchions that are holding it up at the other end are bigger than the rest along the length. How do they not see that?
They're idiots.
At the end.
Oh well, I mean that's the simple explanation.
Okay, do you want the complex explanation?
Well, I can look.
The full explanation is.
Yeah, that's the same thing.
They're utter morons.
That's idiots. I think Farmers was going to be a bit more abusive about it. He had it absolutely right. The detailed one is the effing.
Oh, they're
idiots,
getting pictures.
That's the same thing.
Guys, this is a picture from the chat. So, the guys are pulling stuff out of the live chat as if you didn't know.
That Starkhider, these are really hard to see. You may not be able to see them, but he did 4 exaggerated graphs where he, fiddled around with the scale so that he could make it so that you can see it. And all 4 of them do exactly the same thing, but you can see the slopes too.
All 4 of them with the slopes.
That's all trouble, isn't it? They all, when you present them with these scaled up versions, they say, well, I want to see it with the uniform scale. And of course, when you show them that, they say, well, I can't see what the hell's going on.
Well,
And they're
there you
never
go.
happy.
Yeah, you want
They
to
can't deal with
to
scale
see
diagrams.
you want to see uniform scale? There it is, right there. Totally uniform scale. You don't like it very much because you can't see anything. But this is the reason why we don't draw damn, curvy graphs. There's no point in it. We just draw the elevation profile this way.
Yeah, you've got to use it. You've got to use a non-uniform scale to make the point, as I was doing in my little diagrams.
Right.
You exaggerate one of the scales, and you do it. And I've obviously drew my LIGO as being Paid NASA Shield pointed out, as being 3,000 miles long to make the point, to illustrate the point. But if you want the real stuff as Blue's done here, the actual engineering thing, then unfortunately, it's just not clear visually, but it's correct numerically.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I've got the advantage. I can zoom in and out any place I want to, right?
Yeah.
And I can zoom in as far as I want to zoom.
Yeah.
And we use that feature in CAD all the time. It's quite handy.
Yep. Because of course, in AutoCAD, you're drawing in model space, and I have seen one or two exceptions that's made me swear. You draw it 1-to-1.
We're drawing it in models.
You draw full size as it is.
Well, that's exactly what this is.
Well, I have once or twice had drawings, and they've been drawn to scale in model space, and quite often it takes you a while to work out what's gone wrong.
I want to see
the
elevation, the curved elevations.
Right, okay.
Yeah, don't ever do that. No, you draw in model space in
Blue.
full scale.
Yep.
Blue's in the chat there now, right? Blue's in our YouTube chat, fucking moaning that I'm not going over the entirety of his 2-hour 40 fucking video, calling me a fucking coward. What a dick. There you go. How about that then, Blue? You fucking stupid thing with Rumpus showing you shit, talking about me being a moron and an idiot, and then you come in the chat calling me a coward. Shocking, Blue. How old are you? You and your crew of Blue Ops fucking obsessed with me, making videos about me. Make a video about this. Effie Dogma and his twin tangent points that you're struggling with. Don't focus on me. Focus on teaching your guys from the globe how you can have twin tangents. Rumpus has already showed you. Just make a different circle. That's what I said originally. You have to have 2 circles in order to have tangent points.
And they have.
Yeah, they have.
Rumpus delivered them. You want two circles? Please, yes, please. At your service.
Yeah. Well, Blue, yeah, I'm a coward for not showing the bit of the video that you wanted me to show, but I don't know which fucking bit of it was. Send us a clip, Blue, the timestamp. I want you to let us know all of the bits that you want us to watch specifically that are pertinent to whatever your case was. Lay it all out. If you don't, Blue, I think you're a coward. I don't know why I think anyone would be a coward for doing anything like that, but sort it out, Blue. What do you want?
He won't tell because
he's going to make a video. He's going to make a video. He's going to make a video on it. Well done, Blue. And while you're doing that, Blue, I'll just go over the straight line segment test, realizing Euclid. In reality, explain it to everyone. You can do yours and explain your curved elevation profiles of straight lines, twin tangents of the globe model, horizontals, how you can have a horizontal line with two horizontal points. Shocking, but I mean, that's what the globe's got. Try your best, Blue. Try and deal with your model. Like, don't deal with me. It's not all about me, Blue. FE Dogma's the one that showed the video with two tangent points and a horizontal line marked in the drawing. All I did was point that out. It's not about me or Paper. Paper pointed it out as well.
It only shows how badly they want to defend that, and they cannot. They have to say some very, very stupid things to defend these two tangent points, and they cannot. They are drawing more ridiculous drawings for that.
Yeah, write it out, Blue. Tell us. I want to know exactly the bit and what it proves. What's the point of me looking at it? What does it mean? We're just talking about, in reality, all elevation profiles of straight lines show a straight line. I'd like to know why you think there is one exception. Well, two, obviously, two LIGOs, the straight lines. And obviously Lake Pontchartrain, which goes the opposite direction. Because apparently some reason it's the chord. Ridiculous. So, well, Model Affliction Monday. Brenda came in, showed us a bit of Model Affliction. After that, we had Ruhif. Or was that before? Ruhif. Ruhif had the horizontal tangent points. Remember that. Because the globe model proponents contradict each other. Ruhif has just contradicted what Rumpus says. Rumpus has contradicted himself. And Blue's contradicted it as well. I know. They're all diletheists. They live... The entire model is based on contradictions.
They should set up some council to talk over this, because this is sometimes very funny when they are contradicting among themselves. So they should sort out some tactic, one tactic, not multiple tactics which are excluding one from another.
Well, I don't know. All we can go over, we've been talking about this in the server. All we can go over is what we deal with in reality. And obviously, the globe model proponents can say whatever they want, but it won't affect what we do in reality and the tests that we're going to do in reality. They can say whatever they want. Like,
what's he crying about?
He's just
minute
59
59.
like
What's
a little bitch.
I missed that. What does he have a got you there? He thinks he has a got you there, or what?
I don't know. He started calling me a coward for skipping bits of his video. And now he's crying about it still. He's in my YouTube chat crying about him wanting me to watch his video. Like, Blue, I don't even come into your chats when you're doing your videos. Stop coming over here and crying into my fucking YouTube chat.
Oh, can't we just all get
He's
along?
got a team of people coming over here. Look at that.
Shucks.
Yeah,
Shucks,
no, I'm
guys.
not watching it, Blue. I can't be asked. You're calling me a coward. When I do watch it, you'd probably just be a load of you lot calling me an idiot and stupid and slandering me. So why should I watch it? It's ridiculous, Blue. We'll just deal with the actual proofs of stuff in reality, Blue. You can deal with your model and your little bitching and slandering and calling people names and doing all of that sort of stuff with your little cronies that can't come and talk anywhere about anything. Fair enough. Stop coming and bitching. Grow up. Go and talk to your boys.
Oh, so now it's the Lego pads that are not straight. You hear what he's saying?
I've had enough. It's a straight line. It's the straightest thing in the universe. Whether they want to think they're curved, if they want to think elevation profiles of those straight lines curve, well, that's up to them. I know exactly what happens in reality. It seems there are a group of adults that are just freaking out over nothing.
The straightest thing in the universe, Blue.
Blue's going to show his own video.
If I may, I think they are freaking out, but over stuff they added. They didn't listen, they didn't understand. Nothing flat earth or level was explained to them that they even resonated with. So they added content, then tried to apply that to the other, and then blamed you for their own freak out.
Well, I don't know what their freak out is because, like I say, I don't really want to listen to it because all I hear is them slagging me off. For no reason other than pointing out that FE Dogma's done something in his video. I mean, there's going to be plenty more. We're going over all sorts of videos. And whether we're interpreting it wrong or whatever, but I mean, I do try and stop it to point out relevant points. And it's up to anyone. Anyone can disagree with me or agree with me when I'm pointing out these relevant points. If there's any relevant points that I'm missing, people should be able to come up and stand up and say, hey, stop it. There's a relevant point there you've missed. It's amazing some of these people that you come in the chat here. I mean, the Blue Marble looks like he's, I mean, text chat troll, YouTube text chat troll. Howard Moore. He's one of the top mods over there at Geos, isn't he? Left Lane. What's he doing in the chat? I don't know who Citizen 9 is. But it appears there's some high-ranking Globers. Globe model defenders. And all we've got is simple geometry. And we know that they can't come and talk to us about it. They have to make up new globe geometry with new
like
axioms.
the pads. Oh, the 4 axioms was, oh my God, that was groundbreaking.
Right, before we go, I'm going to close this screen. But just have to upload this video. I think it was Dark Order. There we go. Right, so this is the pièce de résistance. It is the ultimate. We've got LIGO, and there are 3 points: A, B, and C. And Starkadder and Rumpus and Blue Marble Science and Wally and Effie Dogma all agree on... Wait a minute, I'll get this. This is Effie Dogma.
This is... Oh, my God. Wait till you guys see it.
No, this is Effie Dogma comment on YouTube that says, yes, there is a tangent point at A and B. Which is all we were saying. He's put a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B. And now Effie Dogma is admitting, yes, there is a tangent point at A and B. Boom. Thank you very much. We've had Ruhif admit to it also. I mean, it's definitely... You watch the video, 2 tangent points, A and B. Where the tangent to, it doesn't really matter. It's just 2 tangent points. Everybody knows what a tangent point is. Where's Wally? Oh, he's preempting
They're actually putting it? Oh, my God. Look at that, folks.
I'm waiting for the video to upload. It's still processing. And look at Wally's preempting it. Look at it. Like, spoilers. Spoilers, Wally. Fucking hell.
Wally likes to do that.
Yeah.
This is spectacular. Like this, wow.
What's Howard Moore saying? He's getting called silly names. I called you Left Lane, Howard. That's your Discord name. I don't know. Right, so this is a video made by Where's Wally of the number 2 of the Wolf Pack, the famous Wolf Pack. Where's Wally? Number 2.
You guys need more Wally. Now, let me explain LIGO tangents to you. They're super easy, barely an inconvenience. Now, think of a tangent point as the place on the line that is closest to the surface, and you can't go wrong. I will even show you with a real-world ball. Now, here's LIGO.
There's LIGO. Pause it for a second there. Can you see how point B is a tangent? Can you?
Yes. I can.
Obvious.
I am watching video.
It's obvious to see that is a tangent, isn't it? I mean, he's got that one as horizontal, A to B, and that one is horizontal, B to C. See?
Here's a tangent on the line AB.
Just bunch of nonsenses.
Tangent at A, the point along AB. This is Wally's redefined in a tangent.
Yes,
this is globe tangent. This
he's calling this point B as tangent. Where?
It says line AB. That is closest to the surface. Tis globe. Well done. So it's the closest point to the surface, right? And then when he goes to
on
B,
the line AB, and here's a tangent on the
closest,
line
it
BC.
doesn't mean that it is touching
tangent.
surface. So it is not tangent.
But Wally's redefining tangents, like Rumpus was redefining horizontal and vertical. Wally's redefining what a tangent is.
But wait, at point A, it is real tangent, so this is closest point. So B is not the closest point.
Ah,
He's...
BC. BC.
Oh, so why he is drawing this, putting this triangle here when he is not using it anymore? For what purpose? So he doesn't need a point. So why he is making reference from point A then?
Because I think it's because F.E. Dogma did 2 tangent points, right? And only because of that. Like, nobody else would be doing this. You'd never get Wally to draw a picture of a thing that isn't a tangent point with him pointing at it saying it is a tangent point, unless somebody's done a video saying that there are 2 tangent points. And that needs defending, because it must be a globe model position that they have to hold. Or F.E. Dogma's a big head honcho in the Globe Council and can't be wrong. You've got to defend a brother.
It seems at any cost, because this short film is just ridiculous.
Yeah. But this is Where's Wally? This is what Wally does for the Globe. This is Wally's job. And you can tell because Blue's not commenting on this at all. He's completely talking about something completely different. He's unable to. This is a paralogism. Wally is a globe paralogism. Nobody wants to look at it. Nobody wants to address anything he's talking about. It's that ridiculous that even they can't defend it. But somebody's got to say this, because it needs... F.E. Dogma's twin tangent points needs defending, and this is the way to do it. Send out Wally to say this stupid, ridiculous shit. Redefining tangents for the globe model. Should go down for this. He might even win a Nobel Prize out of this.
Now, only someone suffering dyscalculia with the inability to think in 3D is going to have a problem with this. Thanks, Stark Otter. This has been really great fun. You guys need...
Thanks, Stark Otter. It was Stark Otter that put him up to it, I think. And if you like, can you look at the screen now? You see that bit with the red, the green, and the blue? They're LIGO arms, elevation profiles. Straightest thing in the universe. Both of them appear to have a slope on it. That's amazing, that, isn't it? It's amazing how they managed to get that laser to bounce backwards and forwards with such elevation profiles on the arms.
I am just amazed that normal buildings, which are not the straightest things in the universe, have more straight elevation profiles than the straightest thing in the universe has.
Elevation profile of a straight line with a slope. And most of the stuff that they seem to miss is the horizontal one. This. He's marked the line A to B as horizontals. But Blue, Wally, Starkodder, Ruhif, Rumpus have all drawn that horizontal line with an elevation profile of a curved line. Nobody mentions that F.E. Dogma labelled that a horizontal line. When have you ever heard any of them say anything about that?
And this line is straight, and because he distinct between a horizontal line, straight line, and curved level line. So it is obvious that this horizontal line has to be straight line in his drawing.
And if it's curved, then the horizontal axis, the x-axis, must be curved.
Yes, but on this drawing, it means that the level should be straight also, because if you have a curved reference line, then you have to straighten, I think, this level. So this is just without solving problem. You cannot solve this problem. This is circular reasoning.
Yeah, Blue's confused now that the all of the benchmarks are referenced to the mean sea level. All the datum points are referenced on a vertical datum reference to mean sea level. 1 point. He's all over the place tonight. If you'd like a chat about this, Blue, well, I'll have a chat with you. I can't talk for anybody else. I don't think you want to talk to me, because you always go off into the weeds with your globe model stuff, and I'm not really interested in that.
All of that, I can't imagine anybody wanting to have a chat about it.
Right, well, tomorrow we are going, it's Logic Day, but we've got a little bit of another group, a new group of people to look at. Some skeptics. These guys round here don't seem to be skeptical enough, so we're being skeptic of the skeptics tomorrow. Oh, Blue's hot for you, Mobius, tonight.
These skeptics from Cambridge, maybe?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh.
We will be going over a video with them, and hopefully we'll see what comes from it. But I mean, yeah, it will be good for going over, because they go over how to test. They are obsessed with flat earthers, so it's going to have to be a lot of listening to what they think flat earthers should do.
Well, one thing I would like to point out is the people that we listened to tonight, I feel like they were skeptics, but I would say they were skeptical of actual definitions.
Yeah.
Yeah, redefining.
Skeptical of Euclidean geometry being able to give proofs, and thinking that you could just make up a new geometry with some terms at the beginning that you feel are favorable for your cause.
Mm.
But yeah, I think it looks like we're going to have to go over terms at the beginning. I can handle vertical and horizontal being perpendicular, but if you have anything that contradicts that geometrically, I can't go with it. And what we saw Rumpus do tonight is contradictory to perpendicular, unfortunately. So that will have to be one of the first things that we need to sort out. The geometric proof of perpendicular. And I'll go over the straight line one first if you want to do that first. It probably would be better for us to go over the straight line proof, so we all understand what that is for as a baseline to start off with. Not that one asking. Although I hope we can get round to that. Get round to talking to him. Right, so yeah, come join us tomorrow. it's going to be carrying on in the Discord. So if you want to click the link, come on in, come and have a chat. We'll be going over all of this stuff, and there will be new stuff to come up very soon. Model Affliction again. Anybody got any final words before we end it for today? No?
Globe defenders are exposing themselves. They are very poor in sophistry because they are staggering. They are just staggering.
Okie dokie. Right, so like I say, see you tomorrow. Tomorrow should maybe a little bit different, but I mean going over a video, but with a new group of people that we've never really looked at before. Maybe bring up some new things that we've never been to. Hopefully. Should be good. So join us then. Hope you get a video made out of this, Blue. Try the one for tomorrow as well. That'll be good, interesting. See whether you can make some new friends yourself. Thanks a lot. Join us tomorrow.
Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line, or does it curve? Some people don't clamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model dictates what you do, and everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change. Just got your local distance just out of range. That old key is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain, and it's your ball and chain. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball will always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction, it's your addiction. old model affliction. It brings you so much pain, it's your ball and chain. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues.
Works really good with this guitar.
Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way. We all know that the model dictates what you do. Well, we know you got it, the model affliction. Model affliction. Model affliction. Model affliction. Well, we know you got it, the model affliction blues.